Aha! Welcome everyone. Welcome to Drakenmemoria. For those of you who might be wondering what Drakenmemoria is, well, it's Dungeons and Dragons, and more specifically, a group of people playing Dungeons and Dragons. So if this is not something you wanted to watch tonight, well, too bad. We're not going away. We're not changing our plans. Better luck next time. And again, better luck, because I'm not guaranteeing we're going to change this for the next time. For everyone else who knows why they're here, who doesn't mind being here, or who are coming back from a previous session, welcome back. Welcome in our group. It is always a pleasure to have you with us. And I can see that we already have someone in the chat. Hello. All right. So, well, they don't have much to say before we start. Maybe just the usual thank you. Chaotic Calling for rating us when you're there, or if not, usually a lot of your players come to watch us. So if you're one of them, pleasure to have you with us. And Kearney City Guild, if you're from that Discord chat, it's a pleasure to have you with us. And for those of you who might be wondering what this is, well, in the window below, if you're watching us on Twitch or on YouTube, there are the links for Kearney City Guild. It's a Twitch channel for people looking for a group, wanting to be part of a group, D&D group, sorry. And Chaotic Calling, it is another D&D channel. So, I think that's about it. Yeah. And as always, if you're listening to us and you're not a follower, we're trying to reach our 50 followers so we can activate subscription. We are at 42 followers. And yes, I watch at the end of every single stream, if we have a new follower, and I read every single name. I just am not good with names, so don't ask me to repeat it through improvisation. I will most likely not say it right, or mix it up with someone else. But nevertheless, I am very thankful, very grateful that you are following us.
Also, let's just appreciate that the number is 42.
Yes, exactly. It is the answer. Yeah, I've forgotten about that. For those of you who might not have watched this movie or read this book, it is a reference to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. It is the answer to the question. The question. We just don't know what the question actually is, but we know that it's 42. So, alright, let's get started. Last episode. The party ended in a very odd place, but how did they get there? Well, they were trying to finish a quest which had been failed by a group prior to them. Someone actually died in that group, so they decided to settle the quests. Going mushroom and moss picking and gathering. They did a few other quests on their way. They got to this small village, which I even have the name of, if I can take my map out. And the name of the village is... No, actually, that village is too small. I can't read the name. So...
That's a really long name.
No, it's just, I don't have that big of a computer screen. And right now, it is... You know when you look in a measuring tape, and you see the line that says that you're at 1/4 of an inch? Well, the name is the width of the line. So it's a bit hard to read. But it is there. Don't worry about it. It's not a mud hole somewhere. Alright. So they made their way to this village, whose name is a little bit too small for me to read right now. And they found themselves a guide to the mountain to help them get to this small place where a few odd phenomenon had been occurring, making things a bit weird, including a monster which apparently was moving about the cave, flailing with numerous, not sure what it was, but whips, tentacles, something like that. So, the next morning, they all got up, they gathered their stuff, went to the cave, did a little bit of traveling. Fortunately, because they had a guide, it was a very easy trek. They got inside this room and found themselves in front of violet mushrooms. Violet fungus, sorry. And a violet fungus which had been severely altered by what was most likely a sliver from a different shard. The group managed to kill all of the monsters, with Audience finally using his potion of necrotic resistance that he'd been carrying since the beginning. It most likely became even better tasting, like wine. It had a little bit of time to age. But turns out it was a good idea, as he would have taken more hit points, more damage, than he had hit points otherwise. So, might even have saved his life. But they all managed to kill the mushrooms, but they realized that more mushrooms were heading down the cave. Fortunately, before they could make a really bad mistake, a friend appeared. A friend to Audience and Fisher. A construct. Blade Master. Got inside the room, used his symbiotic creature named Krill to create a wall and prevent Tykar from trying to move stealthily invisible through a maze of giant violet fungus, which do not rely on sight, sound, or any other sensory device like this to perceive their enemy. Meaning he would have been walking in a group of creatures that could see him very easily. But nervous from being underground and knowing that the wall which Krill had just created would not last forever, Audience and Remy decided to shove as many mushrooms and moss inside their dimensional storage, while Fisher decided to go underwater, as they were in a cave with a small pool of water, to see if there was another exit there. But Tykar, being a creature of the wind, of the air elemental plane, or in the case of the shattered continent, most likely a very aerial shard, decided that there was no way in heck he was gonna go down a watery pit deeper inside of a mountain. So he decided to take his communication orb and trace the glyph which would activate the emergency teleportation as soon as Audience, Remy, and Fisher were all down the watery pit, trying to find their way on their own in that direction. And the last episode ended just as Audience and Remy jumped inside the water to try and reach Fisher, as he was starting to explore, but was still within range of a message spell, which I believe is 100 feet.
120.
120 feet. All right. This is where we left. So, just so that everyone is clear on what this teleportation thing is, it is a small device which can teleport the group as an emergency measure. Contrary to teleportation, which relies on familiarity of the place where you're going, this one is influenced by interference. And this is what qualifies which table I roll on to see the consequences of this unstable teleportation. Last episode, Tykar, or Aiden, rolled a 6% for his teleportation. So, as I have asked just before the stream started, are you ready to know how it feels to get your inside scrambled by an unstable teleportation?
Feels like it doesn't matter what I'm gonna say.
Well, you know, it's just for the DM.
I mean, do you like scrambled eggs?
Not when the eggs are my brain.
Oh, I thought you were going to say when the eggs are still inside of you. You're a bird, after all.
You got the wrong gender there.
Who knows? We've just learned a few episodes ago that Tykard had the same neck structure as an owl. So who knows?
Totally forgot about that.
Maybe
Well, I did forget about that.
maybe he has the same insides as a seahorse. All right. So, Tykar,
Yes.
you are right beside Siv, who is drawing the attention of the mushrooms as they are entering the room, and you take out the orb and you start tracing the glyph on it. Immediately, as the glyph starts glowing, you have this small message. Oddly enough, written in the language you are the most comfortable reading, so most likely Oran. Warning.
Okay.
Unstable transport in progress. The light was yellow, so you knew that was gonna happen. So do you stop it, or do you just keep on going and what the heck? You do
well, I
not
mean, I'm
know
already here.
you do not know your percentage dice right now. You have to take that decision without knowing what you rolled.
Fuck it, let's go.
Okay.
Tykar's nothing if not willing to die just for the sake
Alright.
of comedy.
So,
Let's go.
it only takes a few seconds for all of this to happen. You see a bright light starting to form inside the orb. It becomes brighter and brighter, and suddenly there's a wave of energy that comes out of it, and it engulfs you, and it stops exactly at your height. So it's a perfect bubble around you. And then suddenly you feel like you're being sucked inside this sphere. Oddly enough, it doesn't hurt. It's just like getting inside an excessively tight costume in a single shot, as if you were jumping inside the costume to try and fit in a single hit. Which, oddly enough, being a bard might actually be something you have tried at least once. So, and you really feel sucked in like this. It's like when you're inside a dream and for some reason that you don't know why, you fit inside a hole that's smaller than a baseball. But, you know, it works. You get sucked in, and suddenly the world completely changes for you. But before you know what you see, audience, Remy and Fisher, because of the way you reacted last episode, there is one factor that you have all seemed to have forgotten. And because you have all forgotten it, unfortunately, you are completely taken by surprise by what happens next. So, unfortunately, you're all
Party
victim of this.
teleport, not single person.
When one member of a group teleports, every single party member is transported with him. It is to prevent.
You killed all of us.
It is to
Goddamn.
prevent an injured party member from being left behind. There is a way
I think
to
that would
stop
be a
this.
detail that maybe the longest standing players would know, but maybe not the newest players.
Oh no, actually you were there, Remy, when Fisher asked the questions. The only one not aware of this is Tykar.
Me being there like so few of the times, like with the party, works out really well for me not remembering shit about the sessions.
Oh no,
I
yeah.
had no memory of this. I'm
Well,
gonna be honest.
if you were still playing,
That sounds like something I would do.
if you were still playing as Anvara, then everyone would have been able to just look at you with a really bad stare because you were there when the explanation was given, but Tykar wasn't. And I'm pretty sure he wasn't the kind of person to have asked what happened if he uses that while in an official group. So you're all caught by this oh shit moment where you're all inside of the water and you're just about to start swimming and you feel this vibration coming from your orb. Then it all dawns on you, especially Fisher in audience, because you were right above the orb when I believe it was Fisher who asked the question. Remy was just a few steps away, but close enough to hear. Oh no, Tykar didn't tell the garden to not teleport the group. You all try to reach for your orb, and because you're all surprised by this, unfortunately, you all only have just enough time to see the orb inside of you and the message, all written in the language you're the most comfortable reading. Warning, unstable teleportation in progress. And then you see the energy expand. Because you're all looking at one another, you also see what it looks like from the outside. You see the energy expand to a bubble, the exact size of you, and then suddenly the bubble collapses, and you're all sucked inside this small orb, which disappears also.
You see a lot of bubbles leave audience mouth as it happens as he goes, oh shit.
And so, Tykar, to your surprise, so you all see this, but Tykar, maybe to your bigger surprise, you realize that you're not alone in this. So, you have no mass right now. You're just a ball of energy. And you're being propelled to some means that you're not sure of. In a place that is completely dark, like watching the night sky, but it's all around you. And because you have no mass, no form, you actually have a 360-degree vision in all directions. So you can see everything. It's a bit weird. But you see everything everywhere. And each and every one of you, you see 3 other balls with you. You all look like small balls of energy. And you're all being thrown into that large, black, empty space with dots of lights in the background, just like stars. And you can also see large clouds of various colors. A bit like watching nebulas in a star chart. And they all have different shape, different forms. You see these little speck of light sometimes just arriving and shooting by like small shooting stars. You feel this kind of energy that pulls you in a direction, sort of like a tether, pulling you toward a single point. And when you look where you're going, you can just make out a little speck of light. But you're sure you're going there. You're sure you're supposed to be going there. Then you're not sure how long this takes, because without a body, it's becoming a bit hard to tell the time. But it feels like only a few moments has happened while you're hurtling through this empty space. And suddenly you start feeling something else pull on you. It's very faint as it starts, but slowly it feels like something's pulling you away from the light that you're going. It's hard to tell which direction it is because you've never had 360-degree vision, but you'd say it's to one side. And slowly you're starting to deviate. You can feel the pull becoming stronger and stronger. It's starting to become uncomfortable. And then a speck of light reflects on something. There is a moment, a flash of light on a surface that you could not see before. It is to one of the sides, or what you believe is one of your side. It is very large, reflective surface. You can't see where it ends, but you just see the shimmer of light just go. It is like watching the surface of a large glass, or maybe frozen water on a lake that is very still. But you start feeling the pull toward this reflection. It's starting to become oppressive, strong, and you start having this feeling, this sensation of when you were in the cave of graveyard. And it's not a smell, it's really just the feeling of it. And then slowly the pull starts becoming aggressive. It feels like you're trying to resist in some way, but the pull is becoming stronger and stronger. And it feels like it's gripping every single part of you, every single atom of you, of this energy being you are, pulling them toward this reflective surface. Stronger and stronger, but it feels like they're not all pulling at the same time. So it feels like your ball of light is slowly being dislocated by all of these small tether pulling you toward this surface. Taikar, you're probably the only one who has a sensation that feels like something you've lived before. When you were very small and just learning to fly, and for the first time you thought you were really hot and you just jump off a cliff thinking, oh, it's, I've seen the adult do this. I'm gonna just dive as fast as I can and as low as I can and pull up at the last moment. And that's when you experience for the first time of your life negative G's. That's really bad. And you realize that, oh, this is hard pulling when you're dropping from this high. This is what you're feeling right now. But you're not being able to pull up. You're still going slowly closer and closer to this reflective surface. And then there's another shimmer in the sky, which makes it reflect again on this surface. And this is when you see this is more than just one plane of reflective material. This is one facet. Whatever this is just like looking at one face of a crystal. The shape of it for a moment flashes in front of you, and this thing is massive. Gargantuan doesn't even start to cover it. It is huge, imposing, even with this new vision that you have that is 360 degree in every direction, you are unable to see it entirely. It is like looking at the ground, trying to figure out if the world is round or not. And now you start feeling this pull that is pulling you apart. All of you are starting to get closer and closer to the first reflective surface that you are seeing. You can almost, if you still had hands, it feels like if you just reached out to it, you could start touching it. And this is the first time you can actually have an impression of how fast you're going. It is a mind-blowing speed. You have never in all of your life imagined something could fly at this speed. But even though you are moving as fast as this, you can't see the end of this surface, and you're moving closer and closer, and your lights are starting to reflect on this surface. You're moving so close, it feels like there are ripples of energy bouncing off this surface. You're closer and closer, and it feels like your energy is starting to just brush on the surface, and then suddenly it disappears. And your vision allows you to see that it's behind you. You're moving away. It feels like you were almost pulled apart by this thing, limb by limb, organ by organs, but apparently you were moving just fast enough to clear it before it swallowed you whole, which was the difference between rolling 5% and 6%.
Oh shit. Oh, fuck that orb.
These happy days are yours and mine.
I'm gonna trade mine for a better one.
You keep on moving to this empty space, and it takes a moment for all of your senses to come back, because you were pulled so hard by this massive object. You almost lost awareness, and for a moment you're not sure what happens, and you're not sure how long you've been drifting, but moment by moment you regain awareness, and you realize that you're back on track toward that little point of light that was pulling you initially. And slowly but surely the dot becomes bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, so large that it envelops you, but it feels welcoming as you're approaching it. Like, for those of you who know what this is, like being welcomed by your parents after being absent for so long. This familiar smell of coming back home. Fisher, the familiar smell of being inside a fishing boat. Hey, everyone has their favorite smell. So
Salt water and chum. Lovely.
And you all enter this light. And everyone makes a Constitution saving throw for me, please.
Okay.
Please.
I rolled 17.
Hey, nat 20.
Okay.
Ooh. 22.
Okay.
17.
Okay. Wow, you all rolled relatively high. All right. So after this blinding light absorbs you, it takes a moment, and the light around you slowly starts fading. You feel as if you'd been trampled by a herd of Gumpas, these elephant-sized bears. feels like you were a moment away from being torn apart by these tidal forces between planes of existence. You all find yourself prone, kneeling on the ground. Some of you can be just sitting on the ground or laying flat on the ground. But you are completely exhausted. You all have 4 points of exhaustion.
Excuse me.
Jesus.
Okay, this is really like last fucking resort.
Well, you rolled so low, but you could have rolled worse.
You could have killed all of us. You could have party with us.
My roll. Okay, so whoever uses their orb impacts everybody else's travel.
There is a way to prevent this,
Okay.
but you don't know it. You've never asked.
All right.
Ask probably more about the orb when we get back to the garden at some point.
Okay, where do I take care of exhaustion?
Conditions, exhaustion.
Yeah.
1,
level
2, 3, 4. does that
Holy
do?
shit!
Exhaustion
4
at
points
level 4 of exhaustion, you have disadvantage on ability check. Your Constitution saving throw was done as you were becoming material again, so you didn't have the exhaustion at this moment.
Attack rolls.
You
and saving
have
throws and,
speed is
maximum.
halved, disadvantage on attack and saving throws. Hit point is halved.
Excuse me. Halved? Excuse me.
Well, good thing I was at 28 HP anyway.
If I
Pretty
fall
much
down the stairs, I'm fucking dead.
so just half of 48 anyway.
Hey, you
Oh, half
were
of
almost pulled
24.
apart by the gravitational pull of something huge.
Right, so how do I set that? So do I just then set my HP to 24?
No, I
guess?
think if you place the exhaustion
There's
at
an
4,
override max.
it's gonna make the modification.
But then how is your current? Okay.
It doesn't.
I-
It's not automatically doing it for me.
Okay, well,
Let's see. How do I do this?
Yeah,
I can
We'll
you
just
need to-
remember.
You need to override it.
You're gonna
so-
override your max HP.
I know I see that.
All right, so please protect the 12 HP bard.
I'm just gonna lower my HP to 24, and remember I can't heal.
and remember your maximum HP also,
Yeah. No, I'm saying remember I can't heal past 24.
Okay. So you're all there prone, laying on the ground, sitting or kneeling, trying to catch your breath and trying to come to terms with what happened and the fact that it was a complete and utter surprise for audience Remy and Fisher. And Tykar, you had no idea that was that could have been an unstable transportation. But for the garden, they did warn you before you got transported. You just decided to ignore it. And the second thing you realize is that it's night outside. You are outside. You're not sure where you are. And it's night. But there are 2 moons in the skies. However, they're not at the same quarter they're supposed to be. But you're somewhere in the shattered continent. You're just not sure where and when.
Sick.
Shit. Next time, I guess we'll swim.
You think, bud?
That's what we were trying to do.
Oh.
Okay.
I'm getting solo orb as soon as we get back to the garden.
Alright. The cart. Let's figure out the fuck. Looks like we're even on the same continent.
Yeah.
All right.
What? Do I remember? It was like still maybe like noon by the time
Something like that.
when we teleported out, right? Yeah. Okay.
All right. So
So there's a
If I can
minimum of
say-
12 hours that went by.
Are there stars out?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think I actually have any with me. I just
Well,
am perfect.
just to confirm that real time has actually passed, Raimi is going to look at his lantern.
Okay. There's a moment of doubt when you look at this. The lantern was with you when you teleported. It is still lit, but if it was the normal passage of time, it would supposed to be day outside where you are right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so like Raimi just sits with that metaphysical knowledge for a minute there.
I'm just gonna start
I
looking around
would
for
like
wood.
to try and use my proficiency with navigator tool to see if we're kind of in the same spot.
Okay, yes, sure. Go ahead.
Is
At
that
disadvantage.
just straight D20 plus proficiency?
Yeah. Sounds good.
Oh, that's not good. 4.
4. Unfortunately, while you're trying to do this, there's a few clouds that starts rolling in the sky, and I can't see the stars.
Mhm.
Also, we probably felt like we haven't slept for 2 weeks, so maybe a little hard to. Well, actually, I guess not for
Yeah.
Fisher. It's a little different, but
Well, I mean, still pretty exhausted.
Well, you
Yeah.
all have 4 points of exhaustion, so no matter who you are feeling tired.
I'm staggering around right now trying to find some like wood so we can start a fire.
Oh shit, our speed is halved.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean
Oh,
by
God.
staggering.
Oh god. Oh no. My flying speed.
Most
think you're
likely
flying anywhere.
with a flying speed like yours, I'd say you could. You're probably too tired to start flying, but not gliding.
Well, half of 25, so I can move 12 feet per round.
Yep.
Let's go.
Flying isn't that 50?
Yeah, but I'm talking about walking.
Oh yeah, I guess.
Since I take off right
No,
now.
no, you're stumbling around. You're trying to get up. You're a bit woozy and wow. It feels just like before you're about to pass out when you're drunk, except you don't have the giddiness of being drunk.
Shit. If only we knew someone that knew lesser restoration.
Actually, lesser restoration doesn't cover exhaustion.
Doesn't it?
Yeah,
No, it's
no.
it's a higher restoration spell.
Is greater.
Ah,
Exhaustion is sucks.
And it would only.
Exhaustion means we need to sleep.
Yep.
And so Fisher, because of your low
I'm gonna
roll,
look around. Does it look clear? Is there a sense of immediate danger?
perception roll, disadvantage.
Oh, I forgot to do the last one at disadvantage, but
Oh well,
it would
I don't
have.
think you're getting much
I
worse than
rolled a
4.
4. I rolled a 4 again, so 5 or 7 with Terranet's help.
Okay.
well.
Since
Right now, you're having trouble connecting with Terranad. It feels like your power levels may be a little too low for him to be able to maintain himself. So he is also having trouble discerning things.
so just for clarity,
Yes.
the lantern is still lit.
Yeah.
Okay. So then Raimi
For your
is
lantern,
going to
because you can probably just, by the feeling of it, for your lantern, it's like 10, maybe 20 minutes past.
Or 10 minutes, 20 minutes past what?
For your lantern. Since you teleported.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, in which case, Raimi, after probably seeing Fisher just trying his best, Raimi is going to use the power of his own lantern. In other words, like use the charge in it to give himself advantage on a perception check, which will negate the disadvantage.
Yeah, all right.
Because safety is very important right now.
All right.
Oh shit, natural 20, cool.
All right.
Thank you, not disadvantage.
Yeah. So Fisher, you're there looking around, and
I'm just doing the thing
feels
when like someone's lost and confused, and they're just like spinning around.
Yeah, I think we're all right. And then suddenly Raimi turns around, looks. Because of the adrenaline of the moment and the magic infusion, you start to feel this moment of hypervigilance. And, right. Looks like we're alone. You feel pretty sure that there's nothing within range of sight.
So Raimi coming to this conclusion,
With
just like
with your
in his tired
perception,
state.
with your perception, you also notice that the ground is mixed with a little bit of gravel, meaning you're most likely near to a mountain of some sort. Sort of this feeling of when you're close enough to a mountain that the ground is not completely grass. There's a little bit of rock mixed in, and sort of that feeling.
So unlikely that I'm finding wood then, is what I'm getting.
Yeah. Maybe shrubs.
All right, then. Well, in which case, Raimi is going to, like, since there's obviously not going to be a fire anytime soon, he is going to, I guess, like, find, like, a good, like, central place, just, like, set his lantern down and put 2 spell slots into it.
Okay. The light becomes whole again, and you have the equivalent of a light spell active in the middle of all of you. You all notice that Remy seems to have found a relatively flat place.
Okay.
Taikar, you are being
Yeah, just
awfully
like-
quiet.
It just makes and Raimi just makes like opens his beak and a snoring sound comes out.
Where's fucking awesome? Is he still with me?
Yeah, he's on the ground, but yeah.
All right. He's still conscious. He's doing all right.
No, he's probably the same thing as you. And when you realize when you turn around and look at him, you see him look at you with a frowning face and, "Hey, you, fuck off."
All right. Looks like someone's cranky. I'll grab him by the ankle and just drop him in this mirror.
In your weakened state, are you sure you can just pull him up? Even athletic rolls are at disadvantage right now.
Isn't he like 10 pounds?
Yeah.
Yeah, all
I
right.
thought he was a little old.
Like he's tiny.
guess-
He's not even 10% of my weight.
All right, no problem.
All right, I'm just Or I could just like set the mirror down on him like a cup on a bug and just pick him up.
Whichever. I'll let
Right.
you choose which one you want to do.
I'll just grab him like, all right, we'll talk when you're in a more agreeable mood. And I'll just put him in the mirror and put the mirror in my bag.
He lets you push him inside the mirror, and you put the mirror back in your bag, in your backpack.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and cast dancing lights around me just to get a bit more visual on what's more around.
Okay. And you just let it expand as far as it can. Is that it?
Around the party, just so like we can see
Okay.
what's like in between us and all that.
Okay. All right. You cast the spell. You see these 4 globule of light spreading around and giving you a better sight between each one of you, and probably a little bit further than the light spell, seeing as you can just expand the 4 to a certain point and let them move around. Okay. Looks like I said, you're standing probably very close to a mountain of some sort, because there's a lot of rock and not just gravel. There's a few big rocks also, and nothing bigger than shrubs and grass around you. So, but there doesn't seem to be any monsters, people walking around. You seem to all be alone in the middle of the night.
I'm
Well, I
gonna pull
mean-
out my orb because we can just ask people.
Mm-hmm.
I was waiting for that. And also, I think we're losing you, Sam. You're slowly disappearing
are we
under your
losing me?
nameplate.
Fair enough. Yeah, I'm gonna pull out my orb. First, I'm gonna check the color. I assume we're green though, because we're outside.
Yeah.
And then I will call Sarah.
Hello, this is Zira.
Dying. Hello.
Oh, goodness! You're finally out.
Yes. How long has it been?
Well, not too long, a few weeks.
A few weeks, huh? Okay.
Ooh, man.
Imagine, all of
Do you
this would
know-
have been multiplied if you had rolled 5 instead of 6.
I think we would have just died. Do you know where we are?
Hold on, give me a moment.
Neverwinter, what the fuck?
You seem to be 10 miles away from... I'm gonna have to start putting my map again. 10 miles south of Karatner.
Karatner. That was...
You haven't been there before.
Yeah, I'm gonna... But I've looked at the map. So, like...
Karatner is one of the main city of the island of Estrin in the Mistle Island chain.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but, like, how far is that from, like, Otha now? Like, how far down did we get
Oh,
moved?
very, very far.
Yeah, 2/3 of the way.
It's below. Yeah, it's on the bottom third of the island.
Oh.
No, it's
Oh.
at the very top.
Sick.
Fuck me. I'm never touching that orb again. Holy
Sick. Alright, well...
You all scared us a bit. It's fortunately Tag was able to keep the integrity of the tether while you were being teleported. So you didn't go flying off somewhere else.
Yeah, it was close. It was not a pleasant experience. I don't think our new party member remembered that if he teleported, the rest of us came with him.
Well, yeah,
Is there any?
he really, and you're probably close enough to hear this. So, and yeah, he should have called us before if you wanted to travel alone. But you remember you can cancel this.
Uh,
Why didn't you just cancel it, idiot?
we were underwater swimming, so it was a little difficult. We weren't really aware it was happening until it happened.
Oh, all right. Well,
And speaking of that, what was the situation in the cave after we left?
well, after a week, we sent another party. Since we knew that your group had requested an emergency transportation, we knew that there was most likely a more significant threat than what you were originally thought. So we sent someone else, and they actually did manage to go inside. I guess you'll be glad to know that they brought back your cart. But apparently, the owner of the inn where you left it took the food in your cart as collateral.
That's fair enough.
That was a lot of food.
Luckily, I have like 50 rations on me, so you guys are in luck. I'll be like, but the shard was dealt with.
From what I can understand, yes, it was destroyed.
That's glad to hear it. Didn't want any other low-level adventurers to get caught in that trap. Glad no one else was hurt.
Well, the influence was starting to spread. There had been a few sightings of the mushroom outside of the cave. So it really was a good thing that, that you went in there. You gave us a clue that there was indeed a threat, and that it was indeed something dangerous to less experienced adventurers. But we're very sorry that it took you out of this for such a long time. But when you're traveling between places like this, it's apparently whatever influence you diverted you from your path also influenced the passage of time for you. So, yeah.
Fair enough. Was there a teleportation ever set down by the city we're near, or is there no tele? I don't know if I know you'd been setting up teleportation devices at major cities. Was there one ever set up at the city we're near?
Oh yes, there was one that had been set there a few weeks ago. So, all of the major cities now do have a portal. Amiali was able to finish her all of her reconnaissance, and all of the crystals were placed for teleportation near each one of the major cities.
Okay. Well, you'll be happy to know we were able to at least complete our quest and gather the mushrooms. I believe we had one more quest in the area. I do not know if it is still active, though.
Well, there's been a little bit of development, but it hasn't been completed yet. Apparently, the person requesting help got a bit tired of waiting, and they sent in one of their own party. Unfortunately, they've been in for an entire week, and no one has heard from them again. We actually just sent Amiali there because she said that she knew someone in Otanel who might actually be interested in maybe going for a little bit of abandoned arcane laboratory research. But if you're still up for it, I can certainly just tell her to wait for you there. Maybe act as a contact for that person?
I'll look at the party. I think we're gonna try. You said it was what, 10 miles?
Yeah, roughly.
10 miles. I'll look at. We'll either probably try, depending on how our party's feeling, either try and push through tonight, whether we want a safer sleep and just sleep for a couple days. To be honest, we need it. We're not feeling that good. Otherwise, I think. Well, I'll probably have to talk with the rest of the party about that. I mean, I'm still willing to do the quest, especially if. But I'll have to talk to the rest of the party. But thank you for catching me back up, and good. We're still alive, so at the end of the day, we'll be able to make it through.
It's really Tayag you should thank. She is the one that takes care of all of the emergency transportation, trying to maintain the integrity of the tether to each party member. We do have a
pass
few.
on our thanks to her then.
Oh, she's always around. I will, but you can always also let her know the next time you're there.
All right. Well, I think we're gonna check off now. I'm gonna ask the party if we want to try and make the trip tonight or try and camp out. But anyway, thank you. Talk to you later.
I'll just let you know straight up that a 10-mile trip by foot at maximum 15 feet per 6 seconds will take us 6 hours.
So you most likely
No,
arrive at destination for dawn.
It's a question of whether we want to risk sleeping outside in an unknown area when we know if we're ambushed, we are not prepared for a fight at all, versus basically pushing through like a really, really, really shitty long trek, but basically and then crashing for 2 or 3 days.
Well, I mean, you'd also be making that trek in the middle of the night where there's 10 miles of potential creatures to jump out at you versus just the limited area that we are in. That's just an above game thing. Raimi obviously can't contribute that information. But...
No, I was thinking that's why I'm posing it to the party. I'm thinking about all of that. What do we want to... I'll basically turn back. I'll be so it's been... Well, okay. So I'll take out the orb. I'll turn back to the party. I've been so it's been... I don't know if you guys could hear everything, but it's been 2 weeks since we went into we teleported. Yeah, our one quest we haven't done is still available, but they're asking if we still want to do it. Apparently they send their own party that hasn't returned. I wanted to ask you guys' opinion on that before I gave her an answer. There is we're 10 miles off of, what was the city you said?
I'll have to increase the size of this so I can read it. Karatner.
We're 10 miles off Karatner, and there is a teleporter there, so we can always teleport back if we want. Although it might cost a bit. I don't know if there's a cost involved in that. But, yeah, I think the question remaining is, do we want to try and stay here and camp and risk, being ambushed at night? Or do we want to try and, hope and try and make the 10-mile trek to Karenburg tonight and then just crash for a couple days before we decide anything?
I wouldn't be caught dead, face down in a pool of my own blood in the middle of the woods. I say we do the trick.
I'll turn to Fisher. Grammy.
We're not getting anywhere in our current state.
We'll get somewhere, just slowly.
I mean, I don't know. There's nothing around here. Seems safe enough. We might as well just rest for a bit and then set out during the day.
Are we even gonna try and do shifts, or are we just risking it? Because
Why do we have to do
Basically, okay.
shifts? I mean, I
Okay, just leave it
I don't
unknown
have to go
area.
to sleep. I just have to
Sentry.
not do a little
Okay.
bit.
I don't know. You're just. I don't know actually how tired you. I know I'm barely keeping my eyes open right now.
Yeah, I mean, I guess figuratively the same thing, but I don't have eyelids, so
Okay. Well, I guess we'll trust then and just hope that nothing attacks us.
I'm guessing exhaustion for Fisher would just look like his eyes dimming more and
Most
more
likely,
as he
yeah,
gets.
the brightness of his eyes and probably the brightness of the of Terranad eyes is probably also.
All right.
I'm not doing the trip alone, so I guess we're sleeping the night here.
Oh, also for the future, you can call and ask to just be solo teleported.
If I would have known.
No, I'm
But I
not
was.
blaming you. You didn't know. I'm just letting us all know for the future in case this
Mm,
to
comes
be
up.
fair, I mean, like we had no idea whether or not swimming was gonna pan out. Like
Oh
we might
no.
have ended up teleporting anyway, in which case he could have been popped out on his own here, and we could have been who knows where.
Uh, no, at least as I said, we're alive, and that's all that really matters. I mean, losing
Uh,
2 weeks is unfortunate, although I don't actually know if it has any effect on our actual lifespans. But
Remy
have
would
to
have
look
an
into.
opinion on that.
um,
Maybe
yeah.
just puts up like one of his talons and like makes like a very like does that thing with like where like there's the tiny space between the fingers.
Like, okay. Looks like it didn't. Interesting.
Yeah, I wasn't going to swim with you guys. I've heard many tales of people drowning, and it seems to be one of the worst ways to pass. It was not a risk I was going to take. I apologize, but that is not the way Thykar goes down.
Fair enough. I mean, I guess it would have been a cooler tale for no one to tell that we were eaten by some giant astral beast, but
Yeah, I'm pretty sure people would not omit the fact that they were giant mushrooms.
yeah, they'd probably just say we died to fungus, which is not the greatest way to go. But
Well, doesn't give much credibility to your cult.
all right, well, if we're gonna sleep, we should do it. I don't know how much of night is left, so
Thykar just fucking falls.
Mhm.
All right. All right. So,
I'm not gonna go to sleep, but I am gonna
yeah.
not stand there. I'm gonna like find a rock or something and like prop myself up a little bit. But I'm definitely on the ground.
Okay.
I mean, just for actually, DM, this
Yes.
is this is a by your mileage question.
Okay.
What is your opinion regarding familiars and sleep?
Um. Well, I guess. Oh, I'd have to say it's a bit weirder, in the sense that while he has form, he probably has the same needs as a normal cat. But the moment you poof him out and then back in, it's like his body has been rebuilt. So you can probably just use that to put him back up. Eventually, he's probably gonna grow more pissed at you for using that to always just make sure that he runs 24 hours a day.
But no, it's like basically his intention is like for this singular night where they don't really have like a secure place, like just kind of like put on top of like maybe Fisher's body to maybe negate any disadvantages to something as important as perception.
No, sure. No.
Or give the cat advantage. I'm not sure which would be more prudent.
I don't know. No, that would work. Like I said, while he is in physical form, he does have the same needs, but he can sort of, sorry for using that word, trump everything by just poofing out and becoming incorporeal, then coming back in again. So you can probably just use that to just put him back up to full and place him on Fisher's head.
And just to reassure, he's just going to like communicate the thought tonight only.
Oh, wait, actually I have a good idea.
Yeah.
I'm gonna plant the tree. The tree can stand guard.
Okay.
What? No, we don't use him though.
I know.
That's for Bowden.
It's for
Maybe he knows greater restoration.
He knows healing.
For botany. It's for
He
botany.
knows healing, but he doesn't. I don't think he knows greater restoration.
Well, actually, you have all of his stats.
Somewhere.
Yeah, it's somewhere.
Okay, hold on. That's not this one. I'm pretty sure I have him inside of my file.
Anyway, I'll start the summoning ritual of sticking him in the dirt.
Alright, well, you plan him, and maybe he's in this campaign folder. It's too big. Here he is. Okay. Healing words. Yeah, right now the only spell he has that can really help you is healing words. Healing words.
I think we're all like full health. We're just halved health.
Oh hell.
Full health.
Full of the maximum.
Full of the maximum that we could be at. Yes.
Alright, so you summon him and it takes a minute. You see his shape appearing from the wood. Actually, Tykar, have you ever seen Ornak take shape?
Nope.
I don't think so. Because
don't
we
know
never
who he
summon
is.
him.
Alright, well...
I tried to in Moss, but they told me
I'm
no.
face down dirt right now.
He stopped.
So as you are face down on the ground, looking to your side with your eyes slowly closing and opening and drifting off to sleep, you see audience push a
Acorn?
yeah, that's it. Sorry,
Or is it?
an acorn inside. Okay. No, I kept just having the word in French in my mind. So you see him push the acorn in the ground, and then slowly you start seeing this tree growing as your vision slowly fades away, and you see a humanoid shape forming from the tree. Are you tired enough to not care and just keep off falling asleep, or try to stay up just long enough to see him take shape?
I turn my head and keep sleeping.
Oh my god. So, Olenak grows from the oak seed and takes on its shape, and it's been a while. A few weeks at least.
Yeah, we've been traveling the astral planes.
Oh, I've heard of them. Never been there, but I've heard of them.
Yeah, we're not doing that hot right now, so just wondering if you could stand guard for the night. Make sure nothing sneaks up on us since we're really not prepared for a fight right now. I feel like death. So.
Yeah, you look a
that'd
bit
be great.
wilted. Especially him, and he points toward Fisher.
You look like if you took on 2 arbitrary points of something that you would be dead.
Yeah, sure. I can keep watch.
That would be great. Thank you. And then audience, that's basically like after having the whole conversation through utter exhaustion, basically just collapses.
Oh, okay.
Conks out.
Well,
Like when you like get back from a drug party at like 4 a.m., your head hits the pillow and you black out for like 10 hours.
okay. He pats your head. Go to sleep. I'll make sure there's a morning. He looks at you from the corner of his eye, Remy. Hey?
Just kind of waves.
He's just a bit awkward, but it's not as bad as the last time you talked to him. It's how you been?
Feel like shit.
You look like shit. So I guess you look like how you feel.
It's like, well, this wouldn't be the first time.
Oh, I'll take your word for it. That's the first time I see you like this.
Uncomfortable flashbacks behind his eyelids. Then
He sees you close your eyes and recoils a bit. Right. All right, well, let's hope it doesn't happen too often again. Have a good night.
actually, Rainy, with the strength that he still has left, just goes over to audience's unconscious body, kind of like, just like reorients him a little bit so that it actually looks like a more comfortable sleeping position.
So he doesn't look like anymore. He doesn't look like
How
a...
are you moving the 300+ pound audience with your 7 strength?
Well, first of all, most of that weight is being supported by the ground. He's not lifting him. He's just reorienting him.
Now moving a leg, turning his head in another direction.
And then after
I just
that,
want to know because that's all Walker has to pay attention to right now.
it's also important to note that an unconscious body can't really do an opposing strength check.
Well, even if he tries, it's at disadvantage right now.
Audience is blacked out to the world. You could do anything to him and he would have no idea.
Oh.
Oh, the temptation for Remy.
Let's not go that direction, guys. We like to have fun around here, but not that way. Anyway, once Raimi has reoriented audience's body a little bit, like, he calls over and kind of like basically just like have him like curl up next to him, and then he also goes down and tries to sleep.
Okay. So you cuddle up against audience. While Tykar sleeps face first on the ground, slightly tilted to one side. Fisher, you see Orunak walking over to you, and well, I guess we're taking watch for the night. What happened to all of you?
Some plants. And then there were some more plants. More than we were expecting. And then we were flying around for a bit through space as little balls of light, and then we hit something and something went wrong, and then we popped out here a couple weeks later, apparently.
Right, well, now we know two things. One, you're not a good storyteller. The second thing is, you were a ball of light, so congratulations. I think you can safely say you have a soul for good.
I just give him like a thumbs up, and then the hand just falls back to the ground.
Right. Rest. Alright. Well. Turns around. You see him just mutter a few words, and you see a small animal crawling out of the ground and talks to it. Makes a gesture. Let me know. And you see this small animal just go back inside the earth and go away. Looked like a small gopher. He just starts waiting. Remy, could you make a perception roll for Twinkling Bell?
Okey-doke. See, that's... I have actually forgotten what the modifier is for their perception score. I think it's a +2. I will double check.
Cats.
Manicure, pedicure, kitty cat claws. Oh, perception is a +3, so that'll be 14 if we're just basing it off of sight. If we get their spell, I can roll again.
Well, it's a cat. It's like hunting, so yeah, you can have advantage on that.
Sure, let's see how much better we can get. Okay, 16.
Okay. And Fisher, while you're on sentry rest, you can make a perception roll. You do have a few hours that you can easily help everyone if you want.
At disadvantage?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. This disadvantage is doing good things. That's a 4. But a 6 for Terranad, who is probably still not working.
Yeah, for him talking, and this is voluntary. You're probably hearing something like, yeah, and probably made sure that the enemy is not, and then make.
It's just the Windows startup noise.
Come on, he's a better computer than that.
Okay, fine. He can be an early Mac.
Uh, all right, so you all go to sleep with mostly Ohunak and Twinkling Bell doing the best perception roll for tonight. And so they spend the night looking around, and Remy, you do not get awakened by Twinkling Bell, and none of you gets awakened by Ohunak, who, in the morning, you notice that Ohunak is currently talking to Twinkling Bell and a gopher.
By morning, you mean like 3 o'clock when I wake up, right?
Well, probably when you wake up, probably a lot later than you usually do, but everyone after a while eventually wakes up. So let's say that it was around midnight. So you wake up at noon. You can all remove 1 point of exhaustion.
All right, so the rogue isn't completely useless anymore.
Well, all of your skills are still
I don't know.
affected,
Actually, no, I'm still useless for another day. Never mind.
but you regain your normal hit points.
Thank you. Jeez.
But we have to heal up the difference, right? Our current HP stays the same, and then it goes. You don't automatically regain it. I actually don't know how that works.
Well, is it a long rest
For me-
that counts with gain of exhaustion, or is
Yeah,
it just a
I'm
long
thinking, but we
rest
have to
that-
add the.
For me, what would make sense is, it's basically it's a proportion. So when you regain the other half, it's not just suddenly I have another half. No, if you were full, you don't have to heal up. You just go back to normal.
All right.
Okay. Well, I'll just use my 2 hit dice because I was at. Yeah, I'll use 2 hit dice during the long rest.
So basically, like if before my HP was at 30, but then dropped down to 16 due to being halved, at the end of the long rest, my current HP is 30 or 16.
No, I'd say it's 30.
Okay.
But actually, 16 would be
And-
32.
Well, no, it's because I had taken a little bit of damage in the last fight. That's
Okay.
why I was saying so.
Yeah. And then I'm going to heal. Is that 22 from 28? So my HP goes back to 28, and then so I'm at 40. Okay, so I'm at 46.
Actually, thinking about it, this situation just makes me appreciate even more that I have the Bloodhound.
Yeah, if you had to make a battle during the night, that would have come extremely in handy. Sorry.
Okay, so we're down to 3 exhaustion. Okay, so we are.
You're still going at half speed,
Yeah, we're still
and
gonna have some.
So it'll still take about 6 hours to get to the city. But
so
At least it'll be
you'll get
daylight.
there just in time for dinner.
Yeah, time to go to sleep again. We're still probably.
Although I guess as Raimi wakes up, just like still impressed as the sunlight bounces off of the beautiful scales of audience. Also, then turns his head to see Oganek somehow talking with and kind of looking confused.
Okay, so yeah, you see them and being a little bit confused. Audience, you wake up and You look at all of this and you also see Orunak talking to a gopher and Twinkling Bell. Fisher, probably during the night, your power starting to stabilize a bit, so you're starting being slightly more aware of what was going on. And Tykar, you wake up to a very odd, strange, and unfamiliar sight with a small-sized tree talking to Twinkling Bell and a gopher. All of which are standing in the middle of your improvised camp.
I reach into my bag and hang on, do I still have? I don't. So I'm just gonna. So who else is awake other than me? Or am I the last one to wake up?
No, everyone is waking up approximately at the same time. You've all had a very restful night. And most likely you were woken up because the sun was peeking over the mountains, which now you realize are less than an hour away from you. So, Fisher, now you sort of realize, oh, that's why half of the sky was missing. The mountains are just there.
Makes sense. Vision's not great in the dark, so see why I missed that.
Yeah, I guess Raimi kind of like walks over to the curious scene before him and just starts petting. As if to reward it for its hard work last night.
I can see you're all awake. You look slightly better.
Yeah, still don't feel great, but don't feel quite as much like I'm gonna die in the next 2 seconds.
Oh no, I think we're gonna be good. I've actually asked villagers to keep on going. Apparently, we're only 25 minutes away from the road.
Okay.
So they could see us. There was a family who came by a few hours ago. But then their kids started to run and screaming when they saw me moving.
Been there.
Yeah, I can tell.
So what exactly is the deal with the talking walking tree?
He's been a long time companion of ours. We just haven't used him recently, so you haven't met him yet.
No, indeed, I have not.
We cannot.
What's your name, my big green friend?
They call me Orunak. It's the closest approximation of what my name sounds like in the common language. It's not exact, but it's close enough.
Would it sound like, I don't know if it sounds more like a primordial name, or is it more of a Sylvan name? Because if there's some primordialness in it, I might be able to sort of say his name right.
Well, it feels like there's a bit of a mix of the two. It does sound slightly familiar, but familiar in the sense that, oh yeah, I recognize how you're supposed to say this, but it's also very Sylvan. So
the only person in the party who can repeat it with perfection is Raimi.
But yeah, most plants, organism usually speak Sylvan more than Primordial. But in this case, he is from a shard that is a bit of the two smashed together. So
All right.
he speaks and understands both.
Ah,
And
that's
common.
cool. I guess I'll find out about his primordial stuff later. But all right. I appreciate you watching over us. I do not tend to show weakness around other people, but
It's all a matter of perspective. Don't worry about it. I mean, for some people, everyone looks weak. And for some people, everyone looks strong. And then as you grow stronger, some of those that look strong start looking weak. And as you grow older, at least for most of you, some of those that looked very strong start looking weak. So it's all perspective.
wise words, tree man.
I'm a tree. I'm known for that. Most of
Rami
the
just
time.
turns his head to audience, just thinks, nah.
Audience is too tired to respond. Audience is, however, going to pull out some rations and eat them because he actually has food. I don't know if the rest of you have food.
I think you still have 25 rations on you.
I still do.
If anyone wants some rations, I got some.
I still have how many bags? I still have 5 bags. Of
I have
rations.
14 rations, so I'm eating one.
I'll have one of mine, mostly seed.
Yeah.
I mean, Rami hasn't had to touch his rations so far because they keep managing to stay in nice places.
And you have Orunak just looks at all of you eating this and yeah. I guess you really never have thought about what this looks like for me.
I mean, it's easy to say for someone who literally eats by just being outside during the day.
Hey, you should try it. Suns taste great.
I've been on an intermediate fasting trend once. It doesn't suit me well. I just don't have energy by the end of the day. I look fantastic, but I don't have any energy.
Well, actually, your green looks a bit pale. So are you sure it works well for you?
I'm not doing it right now, and besides, I'm almost sure I am literally dying right now, so...
Nonsense. You look better than you did last night. I had a lot of time to watch you all. Turns toward the gopher. No, I did. This spell is still going.
What spell?
I see.
Speaking with animals.
Oh.
Audience is gonna ignore this conversation and start walking towards the road. It's like, I just want to get to my next bed.
Right, we're
Come back
moving.
to-
I guess Rami just like gives a few more chin scritches before poofing them away.
Orunak turns around, thanks the gopher. Oh, say hello to the rest of the family. And starts walking, and after a few minutes, he said, "Hey, wow, that's not something I get to see every day. I'm walking faster than all of you."
I mean, technically, if Rami just wanted to, like, bonus action dash the whole way, he'd be faster than all of you.
Yeah, but I.
At some point, it becomes
That would
exerting.
get tiring, especially after 6 hours.
Yeah. I mean, it's possible with training, but. All
Oh,
right.
no, Captain America.
Yeah, you want to risk getting more levels of exhaustion?
Oh, everyone is at level 3 of exhaustion, and for some reason, when they all reach Remy, he's at level 5. You know, he's just crawling toward the
Passed
city.
out on the ground.
Just on the neck, tied him with a rope behind him, just dragging him along the gravel road. I was about to say asphalt, but I don't think that's quite accurate.
No, it's more like dirt road. All right. So,
To the old town road.
No, and the bard will not be performing such songs.
Immediately DMCA'd. Actually, you'll go to you'll go to jail now. Oh wait, I don't. You're in America, right? Right.
That hasn't
Has it not
I'm
passed?
in the United States, yes.
not yet. I don't think.
Where it's like now a felony? I don't know. I don't know if it's
A
passed.
felony? Excuse me to play copyrighted music?
Yeah,
Oh
apparently.
yeah,
they'll
that's
put
right.
jail
They
now.
are trying to push that in Congress.
No, it
right?
passed. It passed through the House.
That's
Yeah,
right.
the House, but I think it still has to pass through the Senate.
Yeah, I don't think it's passed through the Senate yet.
good lord, you're gonna have to tell me more about this. I really don't want to get any problems for that.
Well, if
Just,
you're not in America, I don't think they could put you in.
Well, they can't.
if we're using
They can't.
service.
They can't reach me because I'm in Canada, but they can probably try and do something to my channel,
Oh,
which
yeah,
right
no,
now
they can
belongs to
definitely
Twitch, which
cancel your
is
channel.
in the United States.
All right,
Right.
well, Pornhub's Canadian. We'll just run all the streams through that instead. They can't touch us now.
Yeah, I'm not sure we want to be associated with them.
Not right now, no.
All right, so you all start walking, and after a few, maybe 1 or 2 hours, you also are joined by gentle rain. And oddly enough, it's a bit windy, but not too much. So it's really a nice, gentle rain. Enough to soak you completely wet because it lasts a few hours. Fisher doesn't care. Audience is bare chest, so it's only his backpack. Tykar and Raimi, however, you are soaking wet by the time you arrive in the city.
This is the very reason why I use the orb. God damn it.
You know what? There are two bright sides though. Like feathers, excellent moisture wickening. And two, it's just always a good time to see audience wet.
For some reason,
Oh.
during the day, audience, you don't know why, but someone just cast fairy fire on you.
I'm wearing fine clothes, so I'm gonna have to get these, like, washed professionally, so this is actually very annoying.
Oh, they might have a service for that in the garden. You never know.
Maybe.
So, you get to the city. You know that the portal is not inside the middle of the city. It's slightly off of the city. So, do you want to get in an inn in the city, or do you want to get to the portal?
I want to go to an inn. I want to get out of this half speed before we go anyway.
No, the portal
Well,
is
portal goes back to the garden.
The portal to the garden isn't
Oh.
half a day away. It's a few hundred feet away from the city.
Mm. Well, if we're
Well-
going to a big city, we're gonna have, like, access to good quality services and also.
Also, will we in the garden?
Yeah,
too?
yeah, the garden. The garden has
Yeah,
the
no,
best
that-
services.
room
What
is
are you
free.
talking about?
I mean,
You
like,
sleep-
I'm talking about the room mostly.
In the garden, you sleep for free, you eat for half price.
I think the garden is probably just a better decision if we're not really trying to. Plus, we
Like-
can turn in our mushroom quest.
I thought
Well, I mean,
Oh.
can we?
Actually, I don't remember where the mushrooms needed to go. Did they need to go to
Well-
someone in the garden?
yeah, it was someone in the garden, but
It was
And
for a
besides-
potion
Talk to
maker
them
in the
over
garden.
phone.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the
was
quest.
it that
kind of-
one or the arcane lab one that got reassigned?
The lab. The lab
Okay.
got reassigned. But it's not technically even reassigned yet. We can still do the lab one if we want.
Because the other person went missing.
They just sent in their own party because they got bored. So basically, we just got a bunch of people killed. But,
Uh-huh.
but
Basically, it boiled down to while you were gone, the situation got worse. So the quest is still active, but now this happened.
Yeah.
When you play Deus Ex, we don't press pause between missions. If anyone knows what that means, let's go.
And also the emplacement of every single hunter god mercenary just got reshuffled. You knew that there was one half a day south, but that was 2 weeks ago.
it's okay. We probably really confused them too. They're like, they probably had a kind of mark on like where we were, and now they're just like, wait, what? Wait, so
So
confused.
It's like when you're looking at a map and suddenly you see the point go. What the heck?
What sorcery is this?
So, do you want to go to an inn inside the city? It's the first time you've ever visited this city. Or do you want to go to the garden?
We can visit the city later. I just at this point want to go to the garden. Just wanna,
I want my room.
I just wanted my room. I just want to sleep for a couple days, okay?
Yeah.
Had it tough.
All right. In that case, you all easily find your way, and apparently there's really no one that really wants to find you right now because even that percentage. No. No, actually, you probably, even as you're reaching the city and you turn around, you have a very friendly encounter with some merchant who looks very happy, traveling, singing a little bit as they all see you. Hey, welcome to the city! You look like you've been through hell.
Yeah. It's a tough world out there.
Tell me about it. Huh. Hey, we had to replace one wheel of our cart while we were moving.
We were almost consumed by a large astral being, well, being lost in between time and space for weeks on end.
You see his face just go blank for a moment and... Yeah. And has one of your party member been transformed into a tree, or is that also normal?
No, that's normal. He's just one of our companions we can summon from time to time from this acorn.
Right, come on everyone. We have stuff to sell in the city. We actually have a room. Are you going to an inn inside the city?
No, I think we're heading back to our mystical place between realms where we lay in between missions.
Right.
Just call it the garden. That's what use its name.
No, audience at this point is a little bit amused. Kind of knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
I mean, he actually does speak very eloquently while he's half dead tired.
You know, it's oddly enough, the consequences of lack of sleep are excessively similar to being drunk. So, so you see the merchants go, yeah, all right, that's good. Really? He starts moving away, walking backward, while signaling the rest of the two other cart behind him to just, come on, move, move.
Audience will start mumbling in some like gibberish that he thinks sounds astral.
I was gonna say make a deception roll with disadvantage, but then again, since you're mumbling, no, it's just... It really doesn't have to feel or look like anything. So you all see them look at you worryingly, moving away.
Audience will crack the first smile you've seen in the last 2 days. Small smile. That was a good time.
A little smirk.
Yeah.
Alright, so you turn around and you make your way toward the portal, which is not far off, and obviously the orb can be used to find these portals. So you find your way easily to your portal. You request for the opening to appear. Just like when you reach the portal near Graz Hill, and it opens. You move inside, and you find yourself in the abyss. No.
The abyss? Wait, what?
You find yourself in the familiar surrounding of the garden. With
Roll percentile with disadvantage.
Just that one. Find yourself in the 9th level of hell.
You're in the shadow dimension. Objective survive.
Alright, well, we're gonna take the break here as the party enters the garden, this familiar place with its brass and gold and silver halls, greeted by a warden with his usual emotionless face, but always very polite, giving a slight bow. This is where we take a break. Fade to black. We'll be right back after these messages.
If only we could have ads.
I'm trying to work on it. Alright, so we'll be back in 10 minutes. So go get a pee break and a glass of tea. A cup of tea. Try not to reverse this as I was about to do. So, see you all back in 10 minutes. Bye. Aha, welcome back. As you can see, all the party members are there. None of them is actually exhausted. It's just their characters who are.
No, yeah.
Alright, so just before the break started, you all managed to make your way back to the garden, entered the familiar place where you enter, where you don't have any cart or anything like this, which is sort of a small lounge place inside of the quarter, the living quarter area. As I said, you are greeted by one of the warden, who simply greets you, gives you a bow, and welcomes you to the garden.
I will turn to the
Raymy's
party.
Taking off his coat. Raymy's taking off his coat, starts squeezing the moisture off.
I'll turn to the members of the party. I'll be like, well, I'm going to go sleep for a while, but before we do, we should probably decide whether we want to continue to do the quest or not, so we can at least contact them and let them know we're going to be there in a couple days.
Oh, which one are you talking about?
The labyrinth.
Arcane Laboratory. If you want to call it a labyrinth, that's your thing, but it just feels like every time you mention it, it becomes bigger and bigger and bigger.
If they're willing to wait, I'm kind of curious about it, but at the same time, our luck with taking up the quest of one that someone just died / went missing on hasn't gone so great recently.
I mean, I don't think we can base off one thing that happened. That was an unexpected and very possibly isolated incident.
I'm good to, yeah. Shut down
Hold
for
on.
a couple days and then keep going.
So, when you say this, you hear a voice that you didn't realize you'd hear right now. It's Orunak. So, this is where you go every time you leave this plane, huh? And what's this about killing a party member? Groups of people? I mean, you didn't talk about that sooner.
I mean, we just didn't have a lot of luck the last time. We didn't kill anybody, but
We took something up that somebody else failed doing earlier, so yeah.
Right. And now you say that the same thing happened for the next task that you have to accomplish?
well, we don't know if it's the same thing. We just know because I mean, it's different, right? It's not an adventuring party from the garden. It's a party that they put together, so it could have literally been some like villagers or lab people with no fighting experience at all that got
Right.
lost in a labyrinth.
Future fertilizers, yeah.
Mhm.
And the quest was yellow when we took it before, so
Right.
it's not supposed to be too difficult for us.
Okay. Well. Do you still need me?
Probably not.
Okay, because I sort of prefer my own realm than this metal thing.
All right, well, you can go then.
Alright.
Fair enough.
Well, don't hesitate to call and, really don't, because you are aware that sometime it's not going to be me who's going to come. I sort of
What?
would have appreciated it if you would have called 3 weeks ago.
Oh, well, it keeps being you when we call, so I guess you're unlucky or lucky, however you want to see it, however much you enjoy hanging out with us.
Oh no, I just mean you do remember that there are some times where it's actually going to be Turone that's gonna come.
Oh. I mean,
He's busy.
I can't-
He's busy keeping the seedling out of danger, but there are times when he can actually come.
That's cool. He's a lot stronger than you, so.
Well, he doesn't have to rely on your strength to gain strength in this realm.
Keep that in mind. Because every time I summon you from now on, I hope it's him. Oh wait, that came out wrong. I mean, you're great.
Yeah,
We love you.
I'm not sure that wasn't intentional. He looks at you while he's plucking out the seedling. Uh-huh.
You've added so much to all of our fights and party. All right, see you, man.
Yo, I can't do the percentiles. I just rolled it like another one just for fun. Nat fucking one. I cannot roll these. We are gonna die.
We're not letting him roll these anymore.
That's good to know.
Well, what time is it?
As best you know, because you know that in the garden things can be slightly different. It's somewhere in the area of 7 or 8 o'clock p.m.
Well, that seems early enough or late enough. Time to go to bed.
All right. So wait, are we agreed then? I never got Remy, Tykar. We're still trying to do this mission. I never got a confirmation. I need to talk to them. So
Oh,
I need
I'm
a
going to do it.
Okay. Fisher's in. Remy, Tykar.
Yeah, of course. I'm just nods off and just head races back. I'm just not at this exact moment, okay?
No, that's fair enough. Remy, Arcane Laboratory. How
You
we
hear
feeling?
you hear in your own voice. May the dragon's glory and light always bless your path, and may you follow it with strength, courage, and honesty.
I will take that as a yes, and very well put, might I add. Okay. I will then contact and make the preparations. You guys go to sleep, I guess. I'll see you in a couple days. I'll give us 2 days, by the way. We should be fine in 2 days. So take 2 days rest, and then we'll meet up at the inn in 2 days.
Okay.
Yeah, fuck it. I'll come with you right now.
Well, I'm just going back to my room, so I don't know.
Oh,
why
okay.
People are. I'm not going anywhere.
I thought you were going.
I'm gonna go to your room. You see Remy. Why does everyone except
was-
me gets to go?
It was not a request, it was a statement.
It's just like I mean, I guess if you want to be roomies for a couple days, but I'm just gonna.
Fuck it.
All right, so
I'm going to.
yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna go back to the pond.
Okay. Sleep
chill
with the
there.
fishes.
Yeah. Seems pretty relaxing.
Yeah, sound of water. Few fishes from time to time. All right, so Fisher, Daikar, there's this moment of, oh yeah, I never told anyone here that I wanted a room. You see Fisher leave, you see audience leave, you see Remy leave, all in their own direction, and then where
No,
do I go?
came, got my item, got a description of you guys, and fucked off. I don't know what else to do. Oh no, I guess I'll just use my orb again and see where it takes me. Maybe it's a room.
Oh, there's a warden, maybe 10 step away from you.
I don't know much about these guys, so I'm just gonna ask Zero what I'm supposed to do.
So,
He's this weird, creepy dude staring at me. What's he do?
Mom, come pick me up. I'm scared.
the warden, the creature that gave you the invitation initially, is one type of warden. So
Oh,
it's a
okay.
creature that looks exactly like this. It's tall, humanoid, taller than a dragonborn. So they're quite literally 7 feet, between 7 feet, 7.5 feet tall. Construct wearing robes. There is something very human about the way that they can talk. So they're probably each and every one of them sentient. And for them, it feels to be something very normal. And in your world, it's a bit of an oddity, but inside the garden, they barely react to this. It's okay, you're sentient. Let's go do
Alright,
something. They're always very patient. You know that there's two types: the wardens, which are everywhere and basically do many tasks, and there's the sentinels, which are assigned specifically to security. They're much wider, a little bit taller.
Well, they already tower 2 feet above me, so just just gonna walk up to him. Hey, big man. I
Yes?
Is there an inn somewhere I could get a room? I don't know where I'm supposed to go actually.
Of course, of course. You didn't stay before, so you still have the same room, but I would imagine that this room you'd forgotten where all of your equipment was stored when you got in first. So you simply have to go back to the same room. This room has been assigned to you. Should you have decided to come back?
You see, I checked in but never checked my room. I don't think I've been assigned a room, and to be
Oh,
honest, I'm a little tired of knocking on every door until I find one that doesn't answer.
It was the room in which all of your equipment had been placed when you got in, because as you remember, all of the weapons had been removed from everyone when you got in. So it's the same room where you got all of your weapons back. If you don't remember where this is, just give me a moment and I'll find it again for you.
That would be very appreciated.
So he takes a moment. It feels like he's spending a moment in prayers. But after 1 or 2 moments, he just comes back to life and says, "Very well, follow me." And he takes you down the hall, go up a level, takes you to a door. There's something written on the door. Just looks like drawing for you. You don't know this language. But he simply says, "This is your room. It's where all of your equipment were. Everything is still as it was when you took everything. So if you didn't leave anything behind, there's most likely only a bed, a desk, a wardrobe. And on the desk, you'll find another orb similar to this one. You can dry yourself with it." And you realize you're still dripping wet from the rain outside. I'm pretty sure you are aware of the very minor spell prestidigitation. A lot of wizards use this. The orb can mostly do the same thing, but on you and in your room, and it doesn't work outside the garden. So it wouldn't give you anything to take it outside of the garden.
All right.
If you are hungry, he points further down the hall. You simply have to keep going this way. There is the main inn that isn't there. It is the place where Ilithane gave his speech right before you all followed him to the vault. It is the biggest inn. You can order anything you want. For all members, it is most of the time half of the price that you would normally pay outside of the garden in your world. For everything else, if you like nature, simply, and he points toward the same hall, once you get to the inn, you simply have to take one exit. It is written the Arboretum, and you're going to be taken to the Arboretum. It is a very large enclosure in which you can. He looks at your wings, fly a bit if you like. It is more than adequate for very long flights, or if you just like spending time in small gardens and forest, or maybe flying above fields. You have everything you need there. For everything else, I guess for now it's all you need to know. But if you ever want more direction, you can simply ask the warden. There is also a knowledge quarter, a commercial quarter, and you have access to part of the garrison. The command quarter, however, you have a very limited access. You will need permission to enter there. Do you have any questions?
No. No, for now that is all. Actually, yes. I've been told that someone can configure this orb thing so that it doesn't force my companions to follow me when I use it.
Well, of course, you can always ask Syrah to untether you to the group, but if you do so, the same thing will be true of them. So if you are ever injured and they decide to leave, you will be left behind.
I see.
I would suggest that you simply think about canceling it if there is a transport in progress that you do not wish to be part of. It is always something you can do. It's only a single glyph that you have to trace. So you have ample time to trace it before the teleportation ends.
All right, that was my primary concern. I should retire now, so thank you for showing me my room.
Very well. Have a pleasant and very restful sleep. It lets you in.
Okay.
As you enter, the door, which is made of metal, simply seems to dissolve. And when you get back in, when you're inside the room, the door simply just reforms behind you. It's very clean. It's roomy. You have a place to put clothes, a desk to place many things on, a bed that looks, while not excessively rich in appearance, very comfortable, very well kept. So you don't have the same flair as a very high priced room in an inn, because there's not much decoration, but the quality of everything is certainly one that is very high.
Okay. What the okay. Yes, Thykar is just crawling his way to the bed and dying there. That's just what's gonna happen. There's no like further observation. He's gonna soak the bed if he has to. He's not he's not concerned with anything. He just needs to rest before he dies.
Okay, so to make your way to your bed, just fall on top of the bed. Don't even take the cover off. Just start dripping on the floor. Fisher, you go to the arboretum, sit in a pond, submerge yourself, let yourself be lulled to sleep. Well, do you actually sleep, or do you just fall into a sentry rest? This is probably the safest you will have been for the past month. You're muted.
I'm gonna sleep.
All right. Remy and audience?
Let's start with Remy.
Remy?
So, well, he I would say that, first he would attend to his sopping wet coat because he doesn't want to start getting all musty.
Okay. You can, of course, tend to it the natural way, or you can use the orb inside of your room.
Yeah, he'll do that. He'll probably also take, honestly, a much needed relaxing bath and then go to bed.
Okay. That's easy enough. Bath. Um,
He's even going to use the like some of the cinnamon bread soap.
all right. Well, last time you took a bath, you went to the Arboretum. Do you want to go back there? Last time you really took a nature bath. And oddly enough, Gnome didn't seem to feel that offended by it.
I'll I'll do a will here. Okay, that was high enough. He will go to the arboretum.
All right, so we have Fisher
It's like,
sleeping with the fishes and Raimi taking a bath in an actual running water that doesn't have any monsters in it. Interesting display with your soap smelling of cinnamon bread.
he gonna smell spicy.
Cinnamony. And of someone who just got out of a bakery. Okay. Anything else? Once you take a bath, do you want to just go under a tree and sleep there, or do you want to go back to your room? It's the garden. It's hard to be safer than this.
You know, I if I remember correctly, the night sky looks pretty enough. So yeah, he'll find himself a nice tree, like, you know, still light his lantern, but just kind of like fall asleep gazing up into the sky.
Okay. Alright, you find a nice, relaxing place with the sound of running water nearby, and let yourself fall asleep, smelling like cinnamon and bread. Gentle breeze. Gentle breeze! Oh, that's so cool! You fall asleep. Audience!
Yes. All right. Well, I will first contact Sierra.
Okay.
Well, I'll get back to my room.
Okay.
I'll contact Sierra.
Oh, this is Sierra. Oh, you're already back here.
I am. We decided to just come straight back here. Could you let anyone involved know that our party still wants to take on the quest? We just need a couple days. I gave them 2 days exactly, 2 days rest, and then should be able to teleport out there again and continue the quest on the next day.
All right. Yes, I believe this can easily be arranged. I'll contact Amiali and just tell her that you'll be joining her in 2 days, so she can introduce you to that person, which she said would most likely be interested in the result of this. That can easily be done. And we'll reassure the person who wanted this explore that there really is going to be a party accompanying them within the next few days.
All right. Thank you. I think that is all.
Very well. Well then, have a very pleasant rest. As always, every single facilities on board are always open to anything you need. Well, of course, area you actually need permission to come here, but other than that, you're free to move about as always. And we're glad to know that you survived that last quest and that the unstable transportation didn't scramble you too much.
Yes. All right. I'll hang up. I will probably quickly clean myself off, And then I'll probably actually, honestly, before I go to bed, I'm very tired. But before I go to bed, I'll probably have a little moment where I'm kind of take out my amulet from around my neck, kind of hold it, look at it, and just kind of talk to my god a bit and tell him how I've just seen so many things recently that have basically like not made me question the faith, but just it seems there's so many other powers out there, and if he has any answers for me about what I should do, I'd be happy to hear them, because at the moment I'm just a little, lost of just because of everything that's been going on.
Okay.
And then
I
I'll
had a really rough week.
yeah, basically, Dad, I had a really tough time. Just calling to know that you're still out there and that you love me and make sure everything's.
Can you send me some cookies, please? Those you make
really
yourself.
Need some cookies. Yeah.
All right.
That sounds like a jail bond call. Hey, Dad, kind of fucked. Can you come pick me up? It's $2,000 to post bail, please. Oh boy.
Okay.
Not speaking of experience. What are you talking about?
Absolutely not. Of course. That specific thing would never happen to you.
I'm a good little boy.
Well, now.
I'm a reformed little boy.
All right. All right. So. Fisher. Because you are sleeping, I will let you have the fact that you lose one more point of exhaustion. Meaning that your saving throws and attack roll go back to normal before I have you do a wisdom saving throw.
Before the wisdom save? Oh, that's so nice of you. It's not gonna matter. I don't think I've ever rolled above a 5 on one of these.
Okay.
So we'll see if
believe
that
in
changes.
One of these days you're gonna get that nat 20.
Actually, no, wait. Would you like me to roll for you?
Too late. That would be a 6.
Oh, damn it.
We're getting there. We're getting up there. It's
You know what?
above
I
five.
just need to know. Hold on. I just need to know. Well, shit for you. I rolled a 15.
Yeah, well, would have been a 14 because my save modifier is -1.
Okay. Well, no, but this means it's becoming better. That means you rolled a 7. Usually you never rolled above 5. You're gonna get there eventually.
Slowly creeping up.
So you fall asleep and you have this moment of disorientation, but you find yourself sitting in that room, that inner room that you've been trying to reach voluntarily, but you just haven't been able to meditate good enough. Because for some reason, every time I ask you to do anything that has to do with wisdom, you roll below 10. So you find yourself in that room. And then you hear this familiar, but emotionless, which is a bit different, voice of Taranad. Ah, you're back. It has been a while.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Well, it did give me time to catch up on my reading of you.
How's it going? Got to the good part yet?
Well,
If you find it, let me know what it is.
Well, I appreciate the attempt at making these reading a little bit more interesting. But I do wonder, why do you hang on to so much hate?
Because if I don't, then there's nothing left.
Interesting. Well, maybe you should be trying to make sure that there is more than this. Because at one point, whether you reach this through vengeance or you learn to simply let go, you're gonna find yourself in front of an existence without hate. Maybe you should focus on that a little bit.
I mean, I guess it's just easier to focus on that than to wonder about the possibly unending existence in front of me. It's kind of a lot to think about.
And the easier path is often the best?
Yeah.
Interesting. I believe you've been trying to reach back to this place quite a few times. Any reason?
Oh, shit. Right. You distracted me. And I'm going to make my way over the desk and go looking for those blueprints.
Easily enough. You can open the different drawers. There's still one that is locked. You still can't open this one. But everything else, nothing more has been locked. There doesn't seem to be a lot of new things. Everything is pretty much exactly where you've left it, including the different blueprints.
And you use all of your will to summon Raimi into this place. Like, hey, can you undo this lock for me?
I am going to leave the lock for later, and I am going to study or try and memorize as much as I can about just one of them, because there's probably a lot of information on it.
You get the feeling that this is for something that is very complex.
Yeah, so I'm gonna try and take like one page, just like a small part, and just commit it to memory, because I want to be able to remember when I wake up.
All right, then.
Well enough to describe it to somebody.
All right, well, then in that case, I'd say you could make an investigation roll. Or Arcana if you want. I can let you choose which one. Just tell me which one you're going to take.
Alright, as the same bonus, I'm going to do Arcana.
Okay.
I'm trying to learn it, not just memorize it.
Okay.
Ooh,
like a good student.
That is a non-natural 20.
Oh. Okay. You spend a good portion of time just watching this, looking at where everything goes and how it's connected, and you recognize the part that you were able to draw back, recall from when you were awake. And this feels like something related to the raw output of the enchantments, which keeps you moving. So this could potentially help you, you think?
Like my energy source, basically? Like how much power it puts out?
How it is distributed inside of your body. This, it's not completely there yet. You understand more, and you feel like there's element of it that you could start explaining, but from looking at it, you'd say that the end result of this series of pages and blueprints, if you were able to integrate them into your own design, might actually improve the efficiency of your power usage. Allow you to redirect some of the energy maybe into other system or D&D term attributes.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah, and then that's just what I'm gonna spend however much time I spend in there on.
Okay. So you spend as much time as you can trying to memorize this, trying to understand how it works. This is how you spend your night. Audience. So after spending that prayer, that time talking about everything that's new, that really has been challenging your understanding of the world up to this point, you find yourself drifting in a dream. This one much less aggressive than the one that you just lived, being pulled apart by tidal force that you can't understand. Right now, it just feels like you're drifting on a gentle breeze. In heavy mists, maybe clouds. It's a bit hard to tell. And then suddenly the clouds starts disappearing slowly, and you distinguish a disk of light in the sky. Soft glow, nothing aggressive toward you. It's sort of nice to not have something that's overwhelming all of your senses, but it's still a light and familiar to you in some way. You can hear a whisper in your mind grow slowly into a voice that you recognize as the one of your god. So, my champion, you have started your way into this world. This world of things which you never understood before.
Yes. It's been overwhelming at times. It's hard to, I guess, see my place in it as such when there seems to be, I mean, on almost a weekly basis, I seem to be running into like an all-powerful force that challenges everything I know.
Well, you know that once you start gaining power, you attract the attention of those with power. And as you grow in strength, their powers will diminish, but yours will not. And they will suddenly start feeling much less impressive.
I feel, at least from some of the things I met, that I am quite a ways from their power ever feeling diminished or perhaps ever even reaching their power.
And that is because you are mortal. There are limitations to how great you can grow.
I understand this. I've never wanted, too much power for myself. That is not my desire. It is to spread the truth you have taught me ever since I was young, and to tell the world and let the world in on, your power and your secrets. But I feel that with all these forces out there challenging me, or at least not helping me in any way, it feels almost somewhat impossible for me to do this, and I'm starting off so new and young.
Well, it is something that you will often hear from other lesser followers of deity, but it is nonetheless true. You need to know what the others are forced to contend with, to learn to understand what they see, how overwhelming the world seems to them. Once you understand this, once you have lived it, you can better speak to them. Now you know how confusing the world is for them, and how enormous and impossible to understand it can feel. But now that you know, you can start understanding, you can start speaking in terms they can understand. You can start telling them just how much stability and how much power there is behind the dragons. And you will now know the opposition that you actually have to face, what is hidden inside of their mind when you talk to them about the dragons. This is the doubt that they have when they listen to you. Now you know it. You can start countering it, talking to them in a way that they can understand.
I will try. I still do not completely understand, but I will do my best.
It is all part of growing. You do not understand it now, but you will one day. You simply have to keep listening to my voice. Keep understanding the truth behind everything I say. And now you have lived how overwhelming the world feels to them. You can appeal to them. Tell them what they need to know so that they can once again feel reassured, cradled by the real might, the real powers of the dragons.
Okay. Offer them the comfort that they cannot find themselves.
Because you have witnessed everything that they have to go through. How confusing the world is for them. It is part of being able to teach, to understand. And now you understand more, so you can teach better.
Okay. I will do my best. It just seems I don't have a lot of time these days for preaching, or I can't find a good opportunity for people to listen, but I will try.
Just take the time. Take a moment. Calm yourself. I believe you're only a few days away of going into a major city of the island you're on. Take a moment. There are always moments where nothing is happening. You can just go outside of the place where you are staying. Spread the word. You have one who is quite proficient with songs and stories and presenting things in a way which can be filling and beautiful. Try to recruit him. Try to use his talent.
I will.
Did you not
try.
think that I would not watch over you? As the world seems to be getting more complex, as you understand more, I did send your way someone to help you.
I will keep my faith. It seems that even when things get darkest, I find a way out. So I believe in what you are saying, and I will try and spread that comfort to others.
Very good. Now you can stay here for a while if you want. This temporary realm will stay alive for as long as you sleep.
Okay.
I know that comfort can be good from time to time.
I probably will. Probably sleep in the comfort of my God's eye. That's something audience would do. It's had a rough couple months or weeks. 2 months.
Thanks, Dad. I really needed this talk.
Thanks, Dad.
Have a cookie.
Just needed to come home, have you hold me in your arms once in a while. Tell me you love me.
Of course, my champion. Alright, and so the voice slowly fades, and you're left there, floating in midair amongst the cloud, looking at a single moon. Which is a bit odd. You're used to seeing 2 moons, but hey, your god just told him it's a temporary realm he built just for you.
If I have
either
time,
that or your god ate the other moon.
if I have time, I should go try and figure out what Temptress's answer is, since it's actually been quite a while due to the 2 weeks. Since we're actually gone for 2 weeks, and I said next time I came back she might have an answer for me, so I should probably go do that at some point.
Oh, 2 weeks. A lot of things can have happened in 2 weeks.
Well, it's not just 2 weeks, it's been longer. I mean, it was 2 weeks plus however much time we've been traveling for, so
And
for I think another week.
Syrah didn't say
didn't
2
you
weeks.
know?
She
Temptress
said
is dead.
weeks, several weeks.
Several. Yeah, she did. So it's been a bit. Probably time for her to do some research and stuff, so we'll see.
Right. So you drift off in this realm that a god made for you, so you can feel at ease and content. And when morning comes, you wake up. Ah, it feels better. Another point of exhaustion that disappeared from your body. Oh, starting to be a bit hungry. But you're still tired, so most likely you're just gonna go grab a bite, come back to your room, lounge about for a few minutes, and try and
Go back to bed.
Yeah. So, for the next day and a half, is there anything that you would all like to do? If there's nothing, I can simply jump right to the end of this.
I would like to, once I wake up, run up to my room and try and write a bunch of stuff down.
Okay. So as soon as you wake up, it's easy enough. You come back to life. You notice that you were in mid movement. Apparently, Terranad was trying to pet a fish, but you're still underwater. Okay.
Actually, is there like a bridge to this on this pond?
On this, well, yeah, if it's the same pond of the first one that you did take, yeah, you actually walked on that small bridge the first day you arrived in.
Then yeah, that's good enough. I'll grab the paper and stuff out of my bag, and after drying off, well, I put the bag. I didn't take the bag with me underwater.
Okay.
Not that dumb.
Right.
Yeah, I'll just like squat down on the
Right. So
bridge
you get up,
and
of course, the moment you get up, you hear this familiar voice coming from a gnome saying, "I told you he's back! It's my creatures from the depth!" I mean, come on, leave him be. He probably has a really good reason for doing that. You see a gnome being dragged by another gnome. You go back on top and start writing down everything you can remember. You actually write... you write more than what you saw. You find describing this on a piece of paper a bit more difficult than you expected. And for a small drawing, which was a quarter the size of a page, you end up writing 3 or 4 pages of theory and how this thing's supposed to relate, and you try to draw this and explain your drawing because you realize that, wow, without context, it's a bit weird. But you eventually manage to draw out and explain something interesting.
And then once I'm done with that, I will gather it up and head to back to where they ran all the tests on me when I first got here.
Okay.
What's that?
It's the knowledge quarter. It's basically
Yeah.
their huge library.
Yeah. Right, the top floor of the library. Or one of the upper floors. I don't know. Yeah. And I will try and find Theodrin.
Okay.
Again.
Yeah, it takes a little while. Make any perception roll, please.
Oh shit.
You do not have disadvantage right now. You're rested enough.
I thought we were down to just 2 levels of
Yeah,
exhaustion now.
that's what I said. You do not have disadvantage right now. It's all right on your ability check. Um, no, that's right. Perception is an ability roll.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. I didn't roll disadvantage for the investigation check while I was in my dream.
Okay.
Can you really be tired when you're asleep?
It's a dream state. Is my subconscious tired?
Okay. Well, roll for me just to see what you would have, what would have been the difference.
I'm gonna roll like a nat 1. Check it out. Okay. Just 5 less, so it would have been a 15.
Okay, so like I said, it's something that takes more than one roll to finish. So, yeah, information that you got doesn't really change.
Okay.
It's a sum of all the rolls that you're going to make that eventually is going to. Aha! Now I understand.
Alright, now we go. Okay, perception check. Oh, nuts. One was really good. The other is a 6.
Okay, so it takes you a while, but eventually you find her. It's basically, since she's very often there, and there are other warden that you can ask. It's just to know how long you take. So you take probably a few hours to find her, but eventually you do. And as always, she is working in front of some books, and she sees you arriving. Oh, well, if isn't my mysterious construct from this strange world.
Hey, so I've got some news. So apparently, when I sleep, sometimes I visit my subconscious, something like that. I'm not entirely
Okay.
sure yet. But it's like a room, and it's got all these like books with my memories in it, and it's got a desk, and then there's all these like blueprints of stuff.
Interesting.
And so I was there last night, so I tried to get as much down as I could, and then I plopped down the stack of papers, and I'm like, and
Oh,
so I've got some ideas.
okay. Well, that's very interesting. She's
I don't know if these are just like from like previous iterations of my body, or if they're like ways to optimize it. I don't know where they come from, but
Okay, just give me a moment. And she starts going through all of the pages that you drew, and that you wrote. And right. Well, the information is a bit scattered for now. It feels like there's a lot of it missing.
yeah.
But it's definitely interesting. I very much like to get to meet someone else from the same maker, or at least made from a similar place. It's I get the feeling that from what you drew, it's a bit like learning to use muscles that you haven't really mastered. Sort of like, oh, now you are trying to move one finger that you thought you couldn't move without moving all of your fingers, but this one, now you're learning to move it by itself. And I get the feeling that it's a bit something like this. I think some part of you is realizing that there's something wrong in the way that you were put back together. Inefficiencies. I think it's your mind's way of trying to sort them out.
I guess that makes sense. Yeah. By the way, have you gotten any progress or anything on finding my maker?
Well, we don't have a lot of information about your world. It would help to know exactly where you're from. Um, would narrow the search.
Uh-huh.
And from what we know, most likely anyone involved in your making is probably dead by now. So it's a bit hard to find the exact person. This is why I said that it could be interesting if you could find someone else like you, maybe from the same place or the same maker. It would give us a better understanding, some perspective on how you should have been and what might have changed over the years, centuries. Of course, we were able to do a little bit of research. Our understanding of artificial life forms, our arcane life forms, is considerably larger than the one of your world. What we can tell you for sure right now is that when you were built, it wasn't intended for you to become self-aware. But it looks like, for some reason and in some way, you did manage to reach or to find what was missing to reach that point, to make yourself capable of receiving all that needs to be received to be considered a living creature. Now, I don't know if someone added this to you or if you found it by yourself, simply living, gathering more information. I mean, children are often very helpless when they start, but through sheer brute quantity of experience, they learn to become more. Could also have been that. Simply by living enough, encountering enough situation, eventually something changed.
I guess it kind of, yeah, I mean, makes sense. Yeah, a lot can happen in 3,000 years, right?
When you consider how much can happen in 2 weeks, yes.
Did a lot happen in the last 2 weeks? That seems like a rather specific time frame.
Well,
that we were flying about the astral sea, stuck in
that was
dysfunctional teleporter land.
Well, I did my best to make sure that the tether wouldn't break. But there was a very unusual and powerful gravitational force on your way. I was scared for a moment that the tether would break. And as I've said, we are limited by many factors.
Do you think the reason for that hole was the fact that we were so close to a piece of another shard?
Could be. I mean, of course, shards would have their own arcane gravitational pull. They would try to draw things in. Could very well be that you felt the pull of what you call a shard. Must have been quite an interesting experience.
You could say that. Yeah, never. Yeah. New
Oh,
in more ways than one.
maybe you should take this into consideration. You might have actually experienced something that not a lot of people actually lived through in your world. Seeing what your culture refers to as a shard.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure many mages would pay great amount of monies for this. Even kill, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, not surprising. Well, cool to have been through. Don't want to do it again. That kind of sucked. But thanks for making sure it wasn't worse.
I did my best. I don't know if I will always be able to do this, but so far I've been able to pull people out. But next time, try to not activate this so close to a disturbance. There is a maximum energy level that we can output without attracting unwanted attention. On that subject, I believe one of your party member would be able to enlighten you more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we it was a bit of a tense situation, and there may have been some miscommunication or lack of understanding. Yeah. Oh well. Learn from that. Don't do it again.
Well, try anyway. I know the adventuring life is full of uncertainties.
Yeah.
You might even be stuck at one point having to make another unstable transportation when you're faced with certain death or the possibility of life. Sometime the possibility of life is better.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Even if it's just a small one.
I don't know what that's supposed. Never mind.
You hear
I'm not great for it.
You hear Terranad just go inside of you. Ah, good lord. 1 is better than 0. Is that better for you?
Yes. Yes. Mathematical terms I'm much stronger with than the metaphysical ones. Well, yeah. Just figured I'd share that with you. Do you want like copies, or should I actually like make it more easy to read instead of just the insane scramblings of it?
I'm pretty sure I can find something to make this a little better. And she rubs her hand together, closes her eyes, waves her hand above it. You hear her say something in what feels like an arcane language, and suddenly you see all of the writing on your page doubles itself, float around, and reprint itself on blank sheets of paper. And Those note actually feels a bit more tidier than yours. You say, all right, this should be easier to understand. But you can just keep adding on yours, and we'll fill in the blank whenever you find more information.
I'm just gonna like stand there stunned for a second and then just be like,
She knows magic. Damn.
cool. Yep, that took me a while to write down, but yeah. Makes things easier. And I'll just take my scribbled copies and head back and probably spend a bunch of time or the rest of the day in the library.
That's right. You do hear Terna just say, I think she's more than she lets on.
I feel like everybody here is. Actually, I know so. They always say that. Constantly telling us they can't tell us what they...
All right. All right, let's go down. Keep going down if anyone wants to do something before we move on to something else or end the stream, depending on how much information we're going to have to pass on. Let's go counterclockwise. Tykar? Counterclockwise for me. Tykar? Anything you'd like to do in those 2 days, or are you just skipping right to the end of your sleep?
Honestly, I can't think of much that Thykar would need to do.
That's all right.
Oh no, that's it. That just went
Okay.
where I had
All right, so no exploration. Probably just go to the inn,
Yeah,
get a bite
just
to eat.
chat. Yeah, chat with some people maybe, but not gonna be doing a whole lot.
Okay. Well, in that case, there's a lot of people that you'd actually meet inside the inn. This is the first time for you seeing many of those people. Many of them you are not aware of. You do notice that there are almost every single race that you can think of. You don't see any kobolds, but you do see goblins, dragonborn, halfling. You see one turtle. You don't see any tiefling while you're there, but you do hear about one that draws a lot of attention. But apparently she's not here right now. She left the garden for some research, or so you hear. You see, of course, a lot of humans, half-elves, one or two elves, including one that when you see, it's probably one of the rare moments in your life when you make a double take, when you're kidding me. It's an elven bard, but you know her by name, because among the bards, think about the greatest celebrity you can ever find that you'd like to shake hands with. That's probably a minor celebrity compared to her.
Huh.
She's part of the garden.
Right.
She has done quests throughout the world. She has a worldwide reputation among bards.
Everyone, Adele.
Because I was thinking like just like super famous celebrity. I was just like, I was like, all right, so basically Freddie Mercury, just like, yeah, well, they make Freddie Mercury look like shit. I'm just like, all right, think of a minor celebrity. I don't know why I just reverted straight to Bam Margera. So but anyways, yeah, okay. Is there a stage in this inn?
The major inn? Yes, of course. There's a central stage at the bottom of the 3 levels of this inn.
All right, time to give a performance with my elven wood. I can remember some details of what is told to me.
Okay, that's always good.
All right. I'm just gonna strum a power chord and just say, "What's good?" Oh my, okay, I can't say that on Twitch. What's good, everyone? That was close. Holy shit. How many levels of exhaustion am I on at this point?
I'd say when you meet her, you're probably at only one level. You still have this
Alright.
disadvantage on that ability check, but you're back at normal speed.
Alright.
Still a bit tired, you know, your dexterity is not completely there yet.
Alright, I'll still try to give a performance to this this crowd. Try to give glances at the bard, see if she pays any mind to what's going on.
Of course, you get Mini You, who probably is somewhere nearby, and as you start, you hear him use the thaumaturgy, just to give you a beat in the background. Doom, 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 doom. He's wearing.
Oh, yeah, okay. I'm gonna try to play an intricate song, like very technical strumming and plucking.
Okay, if you're going
to be-
for extremely technical song, to show how good you are, that would most likely be more dexterity than performance, because you're trying to show how well you've mastered the instrument, just how far you can take it. That doesn't necessarily gives a performance that is impressive for normal folk, but for those who know the instrument, that can be very impressive.
Alright, let's give it a shot. So, still at disadvantage, so let's let's goes.
But I think you also expertised in this one, so you know.
Yeah, but it's dex, it's not performance. So my +8 can go fuck itself.
I mean, still jack of all trades. You could technically still
You
have
still get a
anything.
+4, +1, 2. I'm not sure. Anyway, go ahead, make your roll.
All right. Okay, first one's an 18.
Okay.
Second, second one's a 20. I'm not horrible. I can still play.
So you really want to impress her, you know, that person that you spent half of your life, which is only a few years, hearing about. You start playing and all right. Guess it's the adrenaline that's doing this. And also the beat that Mini You is doing. It's probably covering some of the thing. It's good. You do manage to draw her attention for a few moments. Then you get this thing of, oh, that was stupid. You're playing in an inn with a whole lot of people that are also adventurers. So after maybe 1 or 2 minutes, you get another bard who arrives and starts playing his own instrument with you. And then a few minutes later, another one
Alright.
comes. And it's slowly...
Battle
It's
of
time for-
Bards.
It's a
Another
Guitar
one
Hero
comes,
3
and
style
another one
guitar
comes,
battle.
another bot comes and plays.
Riff off.
All right,
So
yes, it's a riff off with me and these other bards.
Well, you get the impression that at least some of them, they're really just there to have fun. They just heard someone playing, and all right, let's go, man. Let's go add to this.
Jams.
I need to outperform them. Can I roll performance for this?
Yeah, sure.
Like this isn't like technical use of the instrument. It's more for flamboyance.
This is Battle of the Band. All right.
Yeah, this is like for stage presence. So first one, 17.
They may be joining you, but they have to join at the back of the stage.
Oh yeah,
All
I'm
right.
Beyonce on the stage.
So
And second is also an 18.
Okay, so basically you get it at 18. All right, so you start playing, and immediately there's one of them that you notice that he's trying to do this is better than you, but he keeps fumbling and get the feeling that he just goes back to a normal beat, not trying to outstage you. Just he becomes a background instrument, and you've
That's right, pick up that bass.
completely crushed him. There are two others who are also trying to outstage all of you. One of them, however, it's really close. You're there and you start getting more and more complex and he follows you, and but at one point you hear him just fumble for one note, and you see him just go, but he keeps playing, and alright, you know that it's obvious you're just one bit better than him.
All right.
But the last
time
one,
for
the last one follows you exactly. You can't beat him, but he doesn't seem to be able to beat you. He also rolled an 18. You are both always trying to upstage one another, and it just keeps ramping the performance up and up and up. But neither of you are getting the advantage on the other one.
And that's when Miley Cyrus comes in and steals the whole show.
You do notice that that famous bard, you have drawn her attention to this battle of you playing which instrument?
a lute
A lute?
made of elven make, or of elven wood at least.
All right. You are on par with this young, what looks like human bard playing a violin.
I mean, that's pretty decent. I mean, I could just whip out the viola right now and just crush his ass. But I'm gonna go ahead and cast Dancing Lights and have it follow my hand as I play the lute.
You turn this into a rock show.
Yes. I want to do that Guitar Hero thing where, like, when you get like 100 note streak and your hands
Star
just
power.
go on fire. Yes. You start shooting bats at everyone.
All right. So you do this, and thing starts going. Make a performance roll against that woman.
Wait, did she get on stage, or am I against it, or is it still the same human?
No, it's the same
Okay.
human, but you know she's purposely trying to keep up with you. The other ones, they all seem to have faded in the background. The one that rolled the lowest quite literally went back to just keeping the beat. There's one who
Alright.
just keeps on going, but he knows that he didn't beat you. But you and that woman playing the violin, she's tough.
All right. First roll, and I'm really pissed that I have disadvantage, is a 26. All right. And second roll for performance is a 20.
All right.
Thank God for expertise, man.
Fortunately, she probably has it too.
Okay.
She's a bard.
You take out glowing orbs, and this betrays a little bit her level. She also casts something while playing, and you see mirror image of her spreading from where she is and starting dancing around the stage.
All right. I'm gonna do something she can't do. I'm gonna tell Mini Me to get on my shoulder and start harmonizing with me as I sing.
All right, so your roll was 20 in total. Is that it?
20 to 20 was my lowest.
Okay. Apparently, something has distracted her in all of this because while she keeps playing, you hear her miss a note, and one of her mirror image clips the side of a table, just going through, breaking the illusion for a moment. This is where inside you know that you got her. Aha! Even in my weakened condition, I have a better concentration than her.
I'm 7 years old and I'm outclassing all you puny peasants. All right. Well, since I've just flushed out everyone, I'm just gonna end it with a big ass flourish. Just raise the loot up and have little buddy thaumaturgy my voice to go 3 times louder. Thank you.
You hear several people clapping in the audience. You hear, yeah! More! You do notice that Elven Bard is clapping. Not ecstatic clapping, but clapping a impressive clap.
At this point, the loot comes back down in front of my chest and take a bow for the first time like in ever.
Wow, Tykar has learned humility for 1 minute.
I mean, it's one thing to contend with gods, but to contend with the idol of a narcissistic egomaniac, that's something else.
Alright, so that day when you go back to your room, you are filled with joy and the sense of, oh man, I'm awesome. And when you look at your mini-me, he just looks at you and says, I'm fucking awesome.
Hell yeah, we're fucking awesome. And now I need to rest again because that was probably a certain level of exertion.
That was one performance. I'm not gonna add anything to this. So you go back to bed.
Not
No,
exhaustion,
it was
but
a
like
12-minute long.
oh, dude, it was a rock opera that lasted 4 hours.
No,
With
but
laser light
probably lasted something like half an hour in total, just starting to do
Holy
this,
shit.
and then everyone joining in, and then stopping a bit, and then starting again, and
Have you ever played an instrument for more than 5 minutes at a time?
yes, I have.
It's straining.
I know. But
So,
you know,
yeah,
there
half
were
hour
other
before.
people and
Okay.
several roles, so it's like doing 2 or 3 sets in a row.
All right. Well, my ego is where it should be. So,
Higher and lower at the same time.
well, I'm humbled by the presence of an icon in my domain, but I'm also heightened, as in no one in that bar could contend with a 7-year-old.
Well, those who joined anyway. There were only 3 of them who actually purposefully competed with you. You don't know. There could be others.
Well, they were the bravest, so I'll just assume they were the best that were there.
Fair enough. All right. Keep going counterclockwise. Audience, when you wake up in the morning from that discussion with your god, is there anything you'd like to do in the next 2 days?
For me, probably not too much. I would probably, go get food. I probably would have asked about Temperature, just gotten the news that she wasn't here. And then probably, not done much else.
Apparently, she learned about a library ship docking at Otanel, and she decided to go there for some more in-depth research. about the person wasn't sure something about genealogy.
God, all my girls in one place in the same city. I don't know if I can handle this. Gotta get up to Othanel.
You just got to make
What are you
sure all
gonna
your
do if they
side girls
run
don't
into
meet
each
each
other?
other.
Yeah, what am I gonna do?
You arrive at the corner at a cross corner of the street, and there's one there, one there, one there, and one there.
Who do I go to?
All right, well, yeah, you would have heard about Temptress leaving for a study mission. You most likely would hear a little bit of gossip about the performance that Tykar put during one of those days.
Good for him. Good for him.
Anything else?
Nah, besides that, I mostly just sleep and get my exhaustion down, get ready to get up to Othanel, you know, looking my best.
Yeah.
Looking and feeling my best.
All of your would-be girlfriends will be there at once. Well, a lot of them anyway. Oh yeah, this is something that you've asked to be maintained in the loop. There's one person at one point that comes at you and looks like a human. Does wear the appropriate attire for being a warrior. He arrives in, just looks a little bit shy. Are you the Dragonborn audience?
I am. That is me.
Yeah. I was just looking at the board with all the quests, and someone told me that you might be interested in knowing about a scouting mission inside the mountains.
Oh, yes. I would be very interested in hearing about that.
Yeah. So, part of the mission have been updated. What was her name again? Catherine, the priest with the red hair.
Yes, I know her.
Yeah. The mission has been updated that they think they've isolated where the cult might be trying to build a base. It did said that she was going to report later on during the week, but she was trying to enter the gorge and go to a temple where some of the followers of the same faith as her are located. She said that they might be deeper inside the canyon, the gorge, looking for something.
Okay. Well, depending on how our next quest goes, I'll probably also be back in the next week or so. So maybe if I run into her, we can talk about what's going on. I'll keep an eye on the on the situation.
Okay. Yeah. Well, no, that's good. That's good. Yeah. The guy said you would probably be interested in it. You probably noticed him. Bit of a strange man. A man.
I'll look over.
A man. Well, you look and you don't see anything where he's pointing. He says, "Oh, I guess he left." But he's that man who always is wearing the black cape.
Oh, yeah, I've seen like flickers of him. I've never got a good glimpse of him. He always seems to be going somewhere quickly.
Yeah,
It's a spooky guy.
seem to be very busy.
Well, thank you for the update. I will definitely keep an eye on that after we finish our next quest. We come back.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure he'd appreciate it because he's the one who just told me that you were down there and you wanted to hear more about this. So, yeah, probably. So it's nice knowing you. And he gives you his hand to shake your hand. Get the feeling that he's also slightly impressed because you're starting to gain a reputation in the world.
I'll shake his hand. I'll be like, "What's your name?"
No one really noticed me so far. I'm really just starting to get on that board. Bertrand.
Bertrand. All right. We have one other adventurer who now knows your name, Bertrand, and I thank you for your help. I'll shake his hand and give him a wink.
Thanks. Well, maybe one day we'll get to go on a quest together.
Maybe we will. All right, let me go to my notes.
All right.
Yes, we're not the lowest levels anymore. There are others below us.
Well, all of the names that I gave
cool
you,
ones for once.
all of the names that I gave you so far were all of the most active members, but there is just as many of them who aren't as active. But apparently, this one is distinguishing himself.
All right. Well, I'll keep an eye on him.
All right. Anything else?
No, that'll be probably it.
And then we get to the last one of the counterclockwise roulette. Remy, you wake up.
Unfortunately for you guys, I actually had a list of objectives for when we came back to the garden. I just didn't think it would be this early.
Well, So you wake up in the morning.
They might be short. I don't know. We'll find out. Anyway.
You wake up in the morning smelling like bread and cinnamon. You actually wake up with a dog looking at you. Just... It's a large dog. You've never seen a dog that big before.
Just like, eyes wide open, unsure, and it just kind of like barks at it.
He just looks at you for a moment and does that thing that dogs do. He turns at their side.
Is there a stick?
Well, you're in a Central Park size arboretum. You just slept under a tree, most likely.
Just kind of waves the stick in front of the dog, and then tosses it into direction.
He looks at you tossing it. He looks at you. And then he tilts his head slightly. But you recognize this as a very human behavior, saying, "Go get it." He's looking at you.
Okay, now the stick is floating. He's mage handing it.
Okay. He looks at you. Stands up. Comes within nose range of you. gives you a big lick, then moves away.
Kind of like starts wiping the slobber off of his face. Picks up his lantern.
Okay.
And I guess, is that dog doing anything weird, or is it just like walking away?
No, right now he's just walking away.
Okay, with that, Rainy returns to his room, collects a few of his things, and then goes off to the merchants district
Okay.
or area.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay, so first thing he wanted to do was go to the magic shop.
Okay. Which one? For what thing?
For, I mean, like type of magic shop.
Yeah. What type of magical thing are you looking for? Because right now you're describing half of the store by saying magic
Okay,
thing.
that's fair. That's fair. He's basically looking for a store that would sell like magical items
Okay. Of what kind?
or make them.
Okay. Of what kind? Weapons, armor, everyday object, potions, scrolls. You get everything. You're just walking in there and you see all of these things, all of these merchants. You get the feeling that everything can be made here. And there's someone to do it.
I guess the kind of magic he'd be looking for would be wearable magic items.
Okay.
So I guess
Armor
things
or
that
clothes?
I guess like basically like clothes being enchanted.
Okay. Well, that's relatively easy to find. You do find a place where, all right, well, they do sell a lot of clothes, and you know how this works. There's the pillar, and one of them is very basic tier, and as you move around the pillar, you do find one that feels like this would probably be magical clothes. There's a really intricate emblem in front of it with a cape that seems to glimmer, even though it's a painting.
It's just like probably thinking to himself like, yeah, that seems about right. And I guess walks in.
Okay. You're greeted by a young half-elven woman who's just right now in the process of apparently finishing to sew up some sort of, you're not sure, sash or pouch? Feels like both of them at the same time. She just greet you. Oh, hello. Yes, we've been warned about you.
Warned?
I love how they always use warn. Not informed, warned.
So, what can I do for you?
So, and I know this will be a bit of a stretch, but because like a certain person has reminded him of a certain thing he lacks, Raimi just kind of like shyly looks at the shop owner before like minor illusioning of Thykar flying.
Okay. So you want something that relates to him or relates to him moving fast in the air?
Yeah, Randy, as if a point of clarity, just like points at the wings, and then kind of nods.
Okay. Okay, I think I understand what you're looking for. So do you just want something that'll make you fly? As if you had wings, or you want something that gives you wings?
The player would give the answer just yes, but I guess I guess in a gruff voice he says like, either way works for me, sweetie.
Right. Been a while since someone talked to me like this, but I understand.
Have you considered the influences that you hang around?
Maybe you should consider hanging around gnomes. They're generally more polite, if not weirder. But I understand what you mean. Alright. But do you have a preference? Because, of course, I can try and make a cloak, which turns into wings. I could probably find a way to make a sash that makes you fly. Or I can just recommend you to a good friend of mine a few stores down who can make you a flying carpet.
Rainy defectively points to himself.
Alright, so something that gives you wings or something that just makes you fly? Do you have a preference? Not necessarily just, but you'd like me to invest more time into trying to find a way to make this one more than this one.
He'll hold up 2 talons.
Well, either both or the second one. So something that makes you fly. All right, it's gonna take a little while. But it's doable. Hold on, let me check on something. She turns around and starts looking. Here we go. Tell you what.
Sidecar made the Kenku feel bad he can't fly.
I'm sure you doing this isn't testing the god's patience. Like, oh, you think you can fly, smartass?
Tell you what. If you can find me a feather from a rare bird, something that's not common, I think I can do the rest.
Is Tykar considered common?
In this chain? I don't think so.
Raimi in a voice says, "How rare are we talking?"
Most likely, for adventurers, something that entails a little bit of danger. You know, not the kind of feather that the children could find. It's a feather that an adventurer would be in a better place of finding.
Thinks for a moment. You have a name, little one?
Oh, me? Oh. Yes, of course, I have a name. Sorry, your voice sort of took me by surprise. Most of the gnomes simply call me Aliason.
Aliason.
And I believe yours is Remy, if I understood what the warden told us.
Raimi nods. From this day forward, your name shall be Raimi.
Yes, I believe that is exactly what they told us. Alright then, Remy. So if you can find me this feather, I will make something for you. I have everything else. Try and pick one that you like, because it's most likely going to influence the final look of it.
Like, oh, that's pretty.
Alright, then as soon as you come back with this feather, I will make you something that you will like.
Raimi makes a rainbow.
Oh, yes, we've been told about this too. Have a nice day.
And with that, funny how you mentioned the gnomes. Raimi is going to go visit the gnomes.
Okay. Which ones?
Specifically the well, maybe that's not very specific, but the gnome engineers.
Okay, well, at least that narrows down a category of them. Easy enough to find. You simply...
Brandis.
Sorry. Yeah, there's this one. Shopkeeper. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Ranis is the head gnome engineer of the garden. Of course, if you think you've heard his name, you can always ask for him. If not, probably you can simply go up one level to go to the development area of the garden. If you feel brave enough, you'll find a lot of gnomes there. And a warning when you enter.
Abandon all hope, ye who enter here.
No, the warning in front says 5 hours since the last incident. And you notice that it doesn't say days. It only says hours.
It's like zero hope of it lasting long.
So, which one do you do exactly? Do you just go up try and find the first person you can find, or are you going for Rannis, the head engineer for the gnomes?
He's definitely looking for somebody who would be like more interested in research and development.
Okay.
So I imagine that would probably be Grandis in that case.
Among them, it could be. There's a lot of them. You're basically on the level where they build things. So there's most likely 2/3 of this level that's just gnome messing around with things. So you have a very, very large array of choice here. Some of them are quite literally. You're not sure if you want to get within 50 feet of them because they just seem to be looking at object and oh, there's a potion. And you start shaking it and that's probably gonna be good. Here, mix that with that potion. From working inside a magical laboratory, you know that you're not supposed to get within 100 feet of that. So, but
actually, that probably narrows down the places that Raimi's going to go. He's probably going to find the safest gnome. Okay. Relative term, safest gnome.
Okay. Well, there's easily one that's probably not going to be Rannis because if he's the head engineer, he is used to taking a few risks. But yeah, you can easily find one engineer. He's there. He's currently working on what looks like a machine. And he's looking at a picture. And when you look at the picture in front of him, it looks oddly like Fisher. You just hear him go, yeah, I think that's gonna work if I just tighten this. And then you see something that looks like a claw just grab the gnome. No, that's too tight, that's too tight. Okay, that's not how his hand works. He sees you watching him and... Hello? That was normal. Can I help you?
Even though I know it's a disadvantage, I feel like I don't need to roll insight. But...
Go ahead. I'd say I was gonna give you advantage because of how obvious that wasn't normal. And you were there at the most embarrassing moment. So that would be a normal roll.
Well, let's see how obvious this is. Okay, that's gonna be a 15.
All right. That's pretty obvious that he really wasn't expecting that to react that way.
One of Raimi's eyes just gets slightly longer, as though an eyebrow had been raised.
So, can I help you?
With that, Raimi is going to produce 2 items that he's been holding on to for a while.
Okay.
The box that he had stolen from Bounty, as well as the mask that had been given to them by Bounty.
The mask and the box. You stole the box? Do you have a description for the box?
You'll remember that this is the box that they used to
Fabricate.
that contained the fabricate.
Yeah.
That he used to prepare his boat.
Okay. Okay, yeah. Wasn't exactly a box, but yeah, it's
Oh, excuse me, it was an object.
Closer to a wand.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because I was pretty sure that you didn't steal the box. All right.
No. It's like no. for context, in a different campaign that I'm in, like I have a character that gets a lot of boxes. So.
Okay. Okay. That's all right.
Like, I got my wires crossed.
That's good. That's all right. So does the gnome. So, all right. So, and that's very interesting. And what are they supposed to do? Oh, I guess yeah. Well, that's interesting. Bit of a limited skill set, but yeah, I can see how that works. What do you want with it? And he takes the mask and starts looking at it. Oh, that's a bit primitive. You really were able to breed with that?
So, Raimi says, "You'll likely praise." I think you'll find more use for this than I would.
Ah, most likely. Although it depends on how imaginative you are. You know, mask can always be interesting. Can scare the hell out of some people. But yeah, so you want to sell them? Is that it?
So whatever helps.
Okay. Hold on. Well, about as these things are inert, we'd have to replace a few components on them. Well, the mask, I really can't give you a lot for it because, you know, I'm even surprised that it works. Component in it is completely fried off, also. I'll give you 75 gold for the mask. There are a few components I can reuse for other things. The wand, well, that's a bit more interesting, you know. You can see that it was made to accommodate something of a bit more power. I'm not sure I could use it as is, so I'd have to modify it. Well, in a way, that's kind of interesting also. Tell you what, I'm gonna give you 150 gold for the wand and these 2 vouchers. And he takes out 2 pieces of papers and gives them to you. He's like, you can exchange those for 2 magical potion at one of the shop downstairs. You know, it's one with the big green potion drawn at the front of it. The owner knows these vouchers. I've given him quite a few things, and there's a limit to what he's going to give you. You know, it's not going to be a potion that grants wishes. But I'm sure there's a few interesting
Wouldn't that
things.
be a high-tiered item?
I'm sure there's a few interesting things that he can actually sell you. But, you know, make sure that you give him the vouchers before you tell him that you're interested in buying things at a discount. Because he's going to tell you that if you drink any of the potions on the wall, he's going to give you that same potion. Their potion which identification has failed. So, give him the vouchers before you tell him you want free stuff. How about it?
Randy makes a rainbow.
You're that guy. All right. Now it makes sense. All right. Well, here you go. Gives you 75 gold and 150 gold. And the 2 vouchers.
So I guess Raimi just like holds out a hand as though to shake.
Oh, well, yeah, he shakes your hand. Nice doing business with you.
So like does a wave and then he then goes to do the last thing that I have planned.
Okay.
But this one was more spontaneous because
Okay.
of the situation we were just in. Uh,
So as you turn around, do you leave the shop? His
yeah,
workshop?
he starts leaving the shop.
Okay, as you leave, you hear him take the wand and say, maybe I can use this to make that hand work. That's what you hear as you leave his workshop.
Tries his best not to hear potential explosions behind him.
Okay. And the last one is?
But all of them are actually in front of him.
Yeah, most likely you get out and you see the huge panel saying 5 hours till since the last incident. 0 hours till since the last incident. Medic. Okay.
And then finally, Raimi is going to go to, and I guess it's kind of like depends on your speed, but Raimi is looking to like, if he could like go to the knowledge district
Okay.
and attempt to do research on learning the alarm spell.
Okay, well, that's easy enough to do. Yeah, to add to your ritual spellcasting, then?
Yes,
Yeah.
it's the only place I can add it.
I know, but you could decide to try and replace something, or I don't know. All right, so yeah, sure, that's going to be easy enough to do. Learn it by yourself, by paying everything, or with the favor that the garden gave your party.
Oh no, I'm holding on to that until I'm at like 5th level for much higher level rituals.
Okay. That's all right. That's easy enough to do. It's a pretty basic spell. They have it. It's really just the normal price and time to learn it. So you can easily separate this on your 2 days here. Do a little bit one day, a little bit the other day. Pay the amount. That's really very normal magical research.
Mm-hmm.
And with the help of the garden, you can always ask for a warden to just, oh hey, can you tell me where those books are? In your own Kenku way. And that's easy enough to do. So, yeah, no problem.
And those were my planned garden adventures. So with that,
Okay.
Raymond would spend the rest of that time either, just like taking some much needed R&R.
While occasionally spying on audience. Oh, he's in the
I mean, he also could
Arboretum.
have an uncomfortable conversation with audience, but I think audience would be too sleepy.
That's all right.
He'll wait till later.
Audience moves about. All right, so you all go about your business. You all rest, eat a bit of food, make a little more reputation for yourself, learn a little bit about your god, and think about everything that has been learned and said, and learn a little bit more about your inner working. And since everyone is yawning almost at the same time, I think that's a good indication that this episode has went on for too long. So, we're going to pick up again next year as the party gets rewarded for picking the mushrooms or whatever's left inside of the dimensional space, because they were thrown in there quite hastily. And then
I specifically said I placed a couple very
Oh, yeah.
carefully.
a few of them have been placed in there very carefully, but audience did
Were then
a bit more the
landed
dog
on
thing.
by the rest that were thrown inside.
Audience did a bit more the dog thing and just
We're in a pressure-filled situation.
hey, that looks like moss. There's a rock attached to it. I'm not gonna get the moss out. Take the rock, throw it in.
We come in, we're like, sorry, we were in a rush, and they're like, it's been 2 months. What do you mean?
Dried mushrooms. So, next time we're gonna have the pricing on that, and then the party is going to gather and prepare to go to audience date. I mean Otanel for the next quest. Where there is, let's see who's there right now. There is Amiali, there's Temptress, and well, unfortunately Kitten has left that place and went further into her investigation. So basically you're just gonna have to choose between right and left, unless I have something else prepared.
Bum, bum, bum.
Meets Temptress. Oh, hey, have you met my little sister, by the way?
Go back
There you
next
go.
time on more of audience dating sim.
And hopefully our party is going to tackle its first abandoned arcane laboratory. So you can expect monsters, puzzles, and maybe death.
Outside of dreams.
Yeah.
Outside
We've
of
done
your
that in
dreams,
dreams.
yeah. You know, who knows? You might actually eventually succeed a wisdom saving throw, and then you'll get something new.
Oh, man. Wouldn't that be something?
That could be a very good resolution for 2021. Succeed a
Succeed on a
wisdom
wisdom
saving
save.
throw.
Oh, man. I don't know. I like to set, attainable goals.
Oh, that's so sad. I feel bad that I'm laughing now.
Oh yes, of course. And there is also Iselina and probably Siv and Krill waiting for you in Otanel. Siv did invite you to come and visit him the next time that you would be there. Although I'm pretty sure you didn't expect it to take this long till you arrive.
Several weeks. Oh, they just assume we're dead.
All right.
That was nice knowing them.
You know, Iselina, she had kids and now she... Already? All right, so...
Yeah, weeks, sorry. You said meant years.
Well, you were at 1% of having this being months, possibly a few years. So...
Oh, shit.
Oh, yes.
15 years later.
I wasn't kidding when I said that you were at 1% of having everything multiplied, being thrown into another realm, or land excessively far from where you were supposed to be. So, try not to roll so low next time.
I'll keep it in mind.
Alright, so,
Yeah, dude. Gotta keep those percentile rules for divine intervention.
yeah. Too bad you don't have that anymore. Alright, so... Sorry for lasting this long. I know we are, wow, an hour and a half above our time. I hope you enjoyed this longer last episode of the year, because next time we'll see each other will be in 2021, and hopefully that year will unfold better than this one, although its beginning will be probably very similar. But hey, 1 year, there's a lot of time that can... So, thank you for watching us. Thank you for being with us throughout the year. It has been a pleasure. And as always, if you want to support the show, if you want to support us because you like us, because you have pity on us, because you want to help someone for 2021, you can always support us by following us on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. If you reach our 50 followers on Twitch, we can activate subscription. I will most likely try and maybe figure out a rebroadcast schedule for having a second day of this or a second campaign. Depends on how my other project is going to be, and for that other project you should probably go watch YouTube and Patreon, because they're going to be on those. And I hope I finally got the idea that I was looking for. I hope I'll be able to finish this and start making them within the next few weeks. And of course, you can support us by making a donation, becoming a Patreon, or reaching that 50 followers again on Twitch, which will also grant us a little bit of money. And there's always simply spreading the word, because the more of you there are, the more fun it's going to be to watch the chat, which can be very entertaining. So don't hesitate. Bring on people. As long as they stay civil.
Watch us ban bots live.
As long as they stay civil, they can make fun of us. We do not mind, or at least I do not mind. I have been used to far worse than that. So, have a good end of the 2020 years. See you all in 2021. As always, stay safe, and especially right now as we are in the last, hopefully, few months of this viral pandemic catastrophe. I'm not so sure what else to call it. Problem. Stay healthy. Bye. See you next week.
Bye.
Good night.